Wow, the Palmer house. I finally made it. Mary's gonna be so glad to see me.
Yes?
Hey Mary, it's me, Scott. I came to see ya. Jumped on a plane, got here from Ohio to Washington. Ticket was $3.15. There wasn't a soul on the plane.
Scott Ryan? You just flew here? Slow your roll, Mr. Mexican Chihuahua. You aren't coming in here. There's a quarantine going on. You're supposed to stay inside.
What's going on here? I flew to Graceland. The thing was closed. So I was like, what? I'll fly here. I need some TP time.
You have toilet paper? Give it to me.
No, TP. Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks, not toilet paper. Come on, let me in. I want to wash my hands where Leland told Laura to wash her hands. Come on, let me in.
I would rather be quarantined with Bob upstairs than with you, Scott. No way.
What was that?
A home delivery of turkey jerky. The Uber Eats guy just dropped some stuff off in the kitchen. Don't get all hawk on me.
Are you sure you're alone in there?
Scott, I can't lie. Grace is here, Naomi Watts, Laura Dern, Kyle, and David Lynch himself. But you're hopped up on Sparkle if you think you're getting in here. You need to stay inside, wash your hands, and be safe. Just go home and do your best Harold Smith impression. Maybe FaceTime next time?
I got idea, man.
It's Harold Smith.
To Laura, in our hearts and memories locked.
Let's rock! I could FaceTime everyone. From all around the world, they could see it. Thanks, Mary. Great idea. Ha!
When you see me again, I sure hope it won't be me. Has anyone seen my other green glove?
And now, forget your troubles and get happy, because the Owls are not just in the Roadhouse. They are coming directly to your house. The Blue Rose magazine presents Harold Smith's Stay In, Play In 2020 live Facebook event with special guests Charlotte Stewart, Sherilyn Fenn, John Pirruccello, David Patrick Kelly, James Marshall, Kimmy Robertson, special appearance by Mary Reber, and maybe a surprise guest or two. I am your announcer, Richard Green. No hay banda. That guy, remember? And now, the man that doesn't get any bluer, who always wears 2 green gloves and awaits you in the red room, your host, Scott Ryan.
Hello, everyone. Did you like the beginning? Was Mary Reber not spectacular? I mean, thank you so much, Mary, for doing that. We had a lot of fun. Don't worry, I didn't contaminate her. Everything's fine. Welcome to the Harold Smith Stay In, Play In Facebook Live event. We've got all kinds of guests. I think we're going to be here forever. This is like the Jerry Lewis telethon that we got going on here. I mean, we've got so much. And thank you for joining, and we want to entertain you today. This is all for free, all for fun. Everyone I asked said yes, and it was just incredible. And in just a few moments here, we're going to have Charlotte Stewart join us. She's on the line and good to go. But how is this going to work? I'm going to bring the people on. We're going to have a little chit-chat while she's chit-chatting. You type questions, and then I will read your questions to them, and we'll get as many answered as we can. Thanks everyone for joining and everything. And now, if you wonder who my first guest is, you don't have to wonder too long, because it's the great Charlotte Stewart. Hi, Charlotte.
Hey, how are you, Scott?
I am great. Thank you so much for being my first guest today. How are you feeling?
feeling really good. I'm looking out the window, and it's a little drizzly here, but everybody's safe here in Napa. We've had, a couple of casualties. We're all paying attention to the stay at home and wearing gloves and being very careful. So, if we all pay attention to what we're supposed to do, we will get through this. But thank God we've got this.
Yeah.
This way to stay in touch and to, visit with friends and send them messages and show them what I'm doing. I've got all kinds of treasures here to show you that people have sent me. And hopefully it'll be a little walk down memory lane.
Yeah, and it's hard to believe that, Twin Peaks turns 30 on Tuesday. I mean, isn't that crazy? It's been 30 years. How do you feel about it being 30 years? How long does it seem to you?
First of all, I'm very proud, that we lasted so long and that David felt good enough about the first show to want to do it again, and that was so much fun. And then a couple of weekends ago, we all met in Arkansas and had a little re-up with the cast, and everybody's doing really good. Everybody looks good and they're happy, and it was a wonderful reunion. So, and thank you for doing this. This is wonderful. I've got some treasures to share.
Thank you for my button. You gave me this button 5 years ago, and I still have it.
And I'm still wearing mine. And I don't know, does everybody know the story behind the happy face button?
Let's hear the story.
Well, it was the day we were shooting Laura Palmer's funeral, and it was the only time the entire cast had been in one scene. Usually we were in, the diner or in somebody's home or whatever, in the jail or whatever. But this was the only scene that the entire cast was there. And I was getting ready to go to work, and I just happened to pass by my dresser, and there was a happy face button there, and I thought, Betty Briggs is such an optimist. It would be just like her to wear a happy face button to a funeral. So I grabbed it, and I got to wardrobe. I didn't say anything about it. I sometimes if you don't express yourself, it's better, I figured if once I got on the set, somebody didn't like it, they'd tell me to take it off. Nobody noticed. Nobody noticed that I was wearing a hat. I mean, it's big, too. It's a big one. And I guess a couple of weeks after that episode aired, I started getting happy face things from fans. I didn't have I didn't have a phone then, or at least I wasn't using it much, but I would get things in the mail. Mm-hmm. I got all kinds of happy face, memorabilia. So that became my token, and now I'm on the Twin Peaks tarot cards. Uh-huh. Mine is a great big happy face, and so that's become my symbol.
Well, and I think it's more your symbol because you're just so sweet and kind, and you share happiness everywhere you go. I mean, that's the amazing thing. It's hard when you've been married for a long time to get your wife a good Christmas present. But you saved me this year, and you made Jen one of your tote bags, and I pulled it off without her knowing that I was contacting you. We were very sneaky. Tell people some of your bags you're working on.
Well, I do make them. I don't know if you can see anything behind me. I'll show you a similar one.
Okay.
Just a second here. See if I can get this up here.
Yeah, they can see it.
This was a poster for the Arkansas get-together for the Twin Peaks show. And I took it, printed it on fabric, and then I made these tote bags.
Oh, I love that.
And
back.
Yeah, the back is kind of wild, isn't it? I like that too. I never buy fabric. I just pick up things from secondhand stores or from community projects. This is an old sheet of some weird person.
Well, I mean, we all fit that category.
I fit it in somewhere, and I did. And especially now with how we all have to stay home, I sew every day. And part of what 15% of everything I sell goes to the Queen of the Valley Hospital for a cancer program because I'm a cancer survivor. I was going to wear my breast cancer button, but I figured with all this jewelry and stuff.
You look beautiful.
Maybe overload. Thank you.
So
I have some other things to show you, but most of them are from Little House on the Prairie. So I bet you've got some fans from or if you have a question to ask.
No, I didn't know if you were going to show the poster. You had mentioned the poster. I didn't know if you were going to show the poster, and then we'll get to Little House.
Poster. I have a poster.
Uh-oh. Now I got her looking through stuff.
Okay,
Don't worry, she sanitized all of that stuff.
No, I know I have it here.
Oh, it's fine. Let's do the Little House.
Okay, do Little House. Okay. Well, one of my big fans on Little House is a wonderful man. His name is Eric Caron, and he's watched the show from the beginning. He lives in Canada. He's an artist, and he made this paper doll book.
Oh, wow.
Which is Miss Beadle. And what he did was he documented every costume that I ever wore, Miss Beadle paper dolls. He documented all the costumes that I wore on Little House on the Prairie.
So I guess he's a bigger fan of yours. So I'm not your number one fan. Is that what you're saying? Until I make you a book of everything Betty Briggs wore, I don't win?
And then I got, from somebody else, I got this little house in this little dome souvenir little house on the prairie. This is the schoolroom there. And here's another wonderful present that I got. I get these wonderful things from fans who just, I open up my mail and I get that. Here's another drawing of the little house, the schoolroom that I got from a fan. And, if I can just tell them how much I appreciate it, sometimes I can't reach them because they don't give me an address or an email or something. But I try to go online with new things and show them and, stay connected that way.
It's amazing that we all can connect, isn't it? Like that we can do all these things. I mean, we want to go outside. I hear in 5 or 10 years we're going to be allowed out, but at least we can we can connect this way. It'll be fun.
And I have my cup of coffee here with the Little House School on it. So
well, that should be Twin Peaks. I mean, I don't want to criticize, but a coffee cup. Come on, they didn't drink coffee on Little House.
I bet they did. Yes, they did. That old iron pot that Ma had on the stove.
Yeah, but it's, it wasn't Cooper coffee. Okay, so we have a couple questions for you.
Okay.
Britton Lindsay asks, is that dog real? You have a dog back there.
That's Shayna. Yes, she is. Shayna, you want to come say hello? Huh? This is Shayna.
Aww.
She's a teacup Maltese. She's 9 years old. And she has no teeth, so her tongue hangs out all the time. And it makes her even cuter, I think.
Yeah.
She's just a doll. And she loves to sit in the window while I sew. This is her window that we put the phone in front of.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not sewing today because I'm using it for this. But Shayna, you want to go back and sit on the table? Huh? I also wanted your friends to know that I not only make tote bags, but I make pillows.
Yes, that's adorable.
Which is kind of fun, and I can do that with Twin Peaks, too. Anything.
And if somebody wants to purchase one of your pillows or your book that you'll sign and all those things, how can they do that?
They can reach me either on Facebook or they can write to me. I'm going to give you my email right now.
Okay, give it away.
LottieBanks@yahoo.com. And that's the last part of Charlotte, LOTTEBANKS, Lottie Banks.
All right.
at yahoo.com. And give me the order, and what I do is I send a invoice through PayPal, and they can pay with a credit card. And that's how I stay busy now that we're all, stuck at home right now. But it makes me very happy to do that. I work every day.
Rick Rodriguez says, my wife wants Little House aprons. Do you make Little House aprons?
Oh my gosh, I could.
So there we go. Rick Rodriguez, email Charlotte and she will, I don't know if your wife's listening, but I suggest. Charlotte is good. She won't tell your wife what you do with her. Wait a minute. Does that sound right?
Oh, God.
We have another question. How long did I behave? 16 minutes. It wasn't bad, I thought.
So Lonnie Banks at yahoo.com, and I bet I could make an apron. All I have to do is get a pattern.
Yeah, there we go. And that gives you something
but
to
I'll
do.
tell you who makes bonnets. Allison Arngram makes bonnets, if anybody's interested in a Little House on the Prairie bonnet. It's big things. I don't make those.
Yeah. And I have plenty of them, so. I got a lot of them. I wear them with I almost wore my bonnet. We've got Anton Binder. This is going to be horrible. I should have stopped saying last names. It says, what was it like filming the chair scene in season 3 of Twin Peaks?
The chair scene.
That's your big scene where you talk about Don Davis in season 3 of Twin Peaks.
Oh, that!
Yeah.
Oh, that! Okay. Oh. Okay, the chair scene. I of course, I thought of Little House on the Prairie. Oh, no, the chair scene. That was really hard. It was very difficult because, of course, Don had been gone a long time, and so had Major Briggs. And the whole scene was about the mystification of Major Briggs. He always, and I'm so glad that David Lynch kept him going through the whole 3rd season, because he became a very important character, even though he wasn't physically there. But I'll tell you an inside secret.
Ooh, okay, let's hear it.
I forgot my lines. I did the whole opening scene with Bobby and the sheriff and the deputies and all of that. And then I was going to show them something. And I get up and I walk across the room and I stand behind the chair and I'm getting ready to show them the secret compartment that Major Briggs showed me. I completely went up on my lines. I could not remember anything. And the actors are standing across the room from me, and I'm standing there at the chair. And I hear David Lynch go, cut. And he came over and he said, let's reset for closer. He was letting me off the hook, literally. Uh-huh. Let's reset. And I have a picture, and I'll send it to you, and maybe you can put it on, of me standing behind the chair and David Lynch with his arm around my shoulders. And he's whispering in my ear. And he's not telling me the lines. He's telling me what it's about. David doesn't give you line readings. He tells you the story and what the importance of it is, and how, Major Briggs came to hide this piece of information, which I never knew what it was anyway, because I didn't see what it was. But it completely came back to me, the whole thing. And he reminded me about how much Major Briggs loved Bobby and how proud he would be of him, and that he never doubted him for a minute. He told me all that. And they said, okay, let's roll.
That's incredible.
And we did the rest of the scene. David is such a sensitive director. He knew immediately what had happened, and he didn't embarrass me in front of everybody, which I so appreciated, although everybody knew I was just completely blank.
No, it's a David Lynch movie. You're supposed to take pauses. You were just taking a really long pause. That's all. That's what you're supposed to do. We have another question from Martin Beaverhausen. I'm going to butcher everyone's last name. And it's
That's
fine.
okay. They know it's them.
Yeah, they know it's them. It says, how did you like the Log Lady tribute at Fayetteville? Did you see the Log Lady tribute where everyone dressed up like the Log Lady?
Oh, yeah, that was great. Some of them were so inventive. You know, I mean, there were some guys there that were, I mean, I think 300 pounds. And they had the clothes, the sweater, the glasses, the wig, everything. It was such a lovely tribute. She would have had such a kick out of this. I mean, I just found a picture recently. If I have it up here. I think I have it on my wall when I am brave enough to go up and look for it. I have a picture of Catherine and I at our very first Twin Peaks Fest. And we're standing with our arms around each other, looking into each other's eyes. It's not a close-up, it's a long shot, and there's people in front, that you can barely see. But I sent it to David after Catherine died. And, he said my two favorite girls.
Aw. Yeah, I put up a picture of the two of you from the fest when I first met you and Catherine on that day. So people were taking a look at that picture.
Was that the picture?
It's the picture of you guys sitting outside of the gift shop at the Salish.
Okay. Well, that would be another one. This was on the side of a hill. It's like we were just greeting. Anyway, I'll make sure you get it.
Yeah, I would love to have it. Charlotte and I made the deal that we're going to talk every year on the day of Catherine's passing. So we assure at least once a year we talk. KC, which is 2 words, wants to know, what was Michael Landon like?
Well, what do you think? Michael Landon, I expected him to be a kind of arrogant, movie star, kind of, I'm really great, a big deal. He wasn't like that at all. He had a great sense of humor. He loved to play jokes on people. He was extremely kind. And if you think about it, most of our shows were based on children, either the English kids or the schoolroom or the church. So when you think about on the set, every child had to have a guardian or a parent. And then there were the real school teachers, which I'll tell you a funny story about my first day on the set. It was a real family atmosphere. So there was really, he had his buddies that, came from Bonanza and worked on Little House on the Prairie as well, and then went on to, Highway to Heaven. And they would have a lot of fun together. But he didn't even have a chair. He didn't have a dressing room. Usually the big stars of the shows have these great big Winnebagas or whatever the hell they are. He and who played Mr. Edwards, Victor French. He and Victor French shared a little clapboard dressing room off the side of the stage. And, there was no the big deal. He was just as down home and a family man, And to tell you the truth, I never got to know him outside of work. He wasn't, he didn't invite us, oh, let's go to dinner or anything. He worked and he went home. And he liked to make sure that the crew and the cast got home for dinner. We had a show that wrapped at 6 o'clock at night instead of 11 o'clock at night. He was one of the best people I've ever worked with. God bless his soul.
We've got another question. Wants to know, this is Frank Menon. What is your personal favorite David Lynch movie?
Well, Eraserhead.
That's a good one. I wonder why.
I have to. No, it was the one, it was with Kyle MacLachlan.
Blue Velvet?
It was,
Blue Velvet?
It was one of the first. Blue Velvet. I loved Blue Velvet. And at one time, I heard this later, that he considered casting me in the part that oh, who was the lead woman in that? Not Rossellini, but she
well,
just won the Academy Award.
You're Laura Dern's mom.
Laura Dern. Laura Dern's mother ended up playing the part, but I was considered previously to maybe play that part.
Right.
And that would have been fun.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that Laura Dern's mother played it because she did a great job.
Yes, that's in Wild at Heart. Yeah, she did a great one in that one. Let's see, we have another question here.
I know. I must be going to kiss a fool.
This question says, was the hidden trapdoor on the chair in season 3 actually functional? That's from Jacob McCord. When you had to pull that thing out, did it really have a trapdoor?
It absolutely had a trapdoor. There was a little lever that fit perfectly into the wood framing of the chair. You know how old-fashioned chairs have that kind of wood, polished wood around it? And if you pressed on it, it popped up open. And you could reach in and I could pull out that capsule. Yeah, it really worked.
So how are you handling...
And I bet you anything. David Lynch is a woodmaker. He designs furniture. Mm-hmm. And I bet that was one of his that he actually made himself.
Yeah. So how are you handling the quarantine? How are you and Michael doing? How are you passing the time?
We're doing really well. He's reading a lot. And he's going to, all of our shows were canceled. My husband is a meteoriticist. That means, where is it? Where's my meteorite? Where's my meteorite? Oh, I've got it on. Here. I can show you close enough. See this?
Uh-huh.
See that? That is a rock from space. That is a meteorite. That is something that crashed through the universe and landed on Earth. And in this case, Compadecielo, Argentina. This is a real meteorite. And that's what we do about 12, 13 times a year. We go and do gem and mineral shows. So we sell meteorites, and then I sell a few things of my own, my books and stuff. But, we're kind of locked in on that. So he's getting busy going through paperwork and orders. And we read a lot, and we do the crossword puzzle every morning. In bed, he brings me my coffee and do the crossword puzzle. And then I check up on my phone, and then I go to my sewing room and I start making things. In case we get shows again, I have, orders to fill. But I like to stay creative. It's very important to me to do that. And if anybody wants to order a pillow or a bag or anything,
yeah, we've got actually quite a few people mentioning it. So Jen will send them those links and things like that. So when I got this idea to do this thing, it was mostly because, I was supposed to be in Graceland, and I thought, we should be able to celebrate the 30th of Twin Peaks if we can't go out. And when Sabrina gave me the go-ahead, you got to ask Sabrina first. The first person I called was Charlotte Stewart. I thought if Charlotte says yes, I can get other people. And
thank you so much.
You said yes right away. And so all of us today are having this. So this is all because of you. So thank you.
Well, God bless you, and God bless everybody who's listening or watching this. I really appreciate it too. At this time when we're all kind of locked down and all, I'm feeling my age. we won't tell how old I am, but I just feel it more because there's nothing to do. So what I've been trying to do is to go online with my friends, making sure they're okay. We go back and forth. We traded yesterday. A friend of mine whose husband works in a takeout fried chicken store. We traded chicken dinner, and I gave them 3 pints of ice cream. So, we met at the end of the driveway and traded bags. So, we're being very conscientious.
Well, thanks for joining us.
It's over already?
Yeah, that's our half hour. Now we got to go on to James Marshall.
Oh, give James my love. He's just a doll.
I will. Thank you so much for doing this. I really appreciate it.
Okay.
Bye,
Everybody
sweetie.
stay safe out there.
We're just waiting for James Marshall here. Hello everyone, don't wait, nothing to be concerned about, just waiting for a little James Marshall, that's all. I'm sure he's gonna answer. So in times like this, we have something prepared for you. So don't you worry. Here's a minute of entertainment.
I'm so bored.
There's no need to be bored. There's plenty to do. How about you make another frozen pizza?
Or watch Netflix for a day or two. There's no need to be bored.
There's puzzles and games.
And now you have time to work on writing your novel. So who cares if you're going insane? Don't you wanted a break from work? And your wish came true. Now you feel like a jerk. Well, take advantage, don't let your energy take back.
Everything's good long as you have toilet paper.
There's no need to be bored.
Really?
What? I'm bored. Yeah, I know. I didn't hit the mute. I forgot to hit the mute and I was talking to you and you couldn't hear it. That's all. Wasn't that adorable? Alyssa Phi and Pat Phi made that for a film contest and I thought it summed things up very nicely and was really cool. Now we have a little surprise guest for you who sent in a video message. So enjoy this.
Hello Peakies, Jake Wardle here. I hope you're all well during these crazy times. I'm doing alright. I mean, after all, I am lucky enough to have the very best form of antiviral protection, so I'm sorted. Other than that, just keeping myself occupied. I've made a few YouTube videos, including another Freddie Sykes dubbed in different accents video. So that was Freddie Sykes dubbed as a Scotsman. Some of you may have already seen it. That's the third one in my wee series. So first was Freddie dubbed as a redneck, then Freddie as a Russian, then Freddie as a Scotsman. And I think next I might dub Freddie as a Welshman, or maybe Freddie as a Northern Irishman. Not decided yet. Well, I'm going to do both. I just don't know what I'm going to do first yet, but either way it's going to be fun and there's so many more that I can do, so do stay tuned for that. And other than that, yeah, that's about it really. Just doing my best, and I wish you all the very best. Take care of yourself, everyone, and I will see you in the trees once this madness is all over.
Well, everyone, we don't have a guest for this half hour, which, you know, you would think I would have prepared more of things, but I had those two set up. So later when something happens, we're going to have fun. So I should have kept Charlotte on, but it was fine. So what I'm going to do, I'm low, is that what you said? Oh yeah, that's because I cut to that. I'm ahead of you. So I'm going to take your questions. Let's see what you guys got for me. I'm a little bit ahead of you. But what questions do you all have for me? I'm going to answer some of the questions that were for Charlotte.
Right now, or when?
They said, do you have any favorite behind-the-scenes memories of Don Davis? She does. She loved working with Don Davis because he had to be pretty darn awesome. I mean, come on. What else do we got? Do we have questions for me, Jen?
Mm-hmm. Yep. What's issue 14 gonna have?
Oh, what's issue 14 gonna have? Well, issue 14 might really be something. I mean, they're all something. We know that. But we have something really cooking up for 14 that I'm not going to talk about. I am thinking about covering this event. We have a part 2 of John Thorne's article that he's sort of talking about the history of Twin Peaks. John and I have been talking for a while about how different things get turned into fact that just weren't fact. But John and I lived through what it was like to be Twin Peaks fans back then. So he is doing a thing called the official version. And we're going to be doing that. And then Stephen Miller, who did a part 1 of the location things for the pilot, is doing his part 2. He came up with so many pictures. If any of you follow Stephen Miller online, then you will know like how incredible he is. So, but this is a good time to mention that Josh Minton from the Red Room podcast and John Thorne from Wrapped in Plastic have a new podcast called In Our House Now. And it's on a new way of listening to podcasts that is too hoity-toity for me. I don't know where it's at. But I'm sure if you follow Josh or John on Twitter, they would be tweeting it out all the time. Their first episode dropped today, and they're talking about the baggage that Twin Peaks people carry. So that's exciting. Also, Rose and Ben are going from the Double R Club. They are doing a Twingo event Thursdays at in New York time. It was 4:00. I think London time it's 9, or who knows. So follow the Double R Club. It is the most fun you'll have. We played this week and it was awesome. It was a load of fun. And Twin Peaks Unwrapped with Ben and Brian, they are on Friday nights at 8. They are doing a viewing thing of the pilot and then probably episodes 1 and 2 this Friday. So I'm going to see here if I FaceTime Brian, or I'm sorry, if Ben. Oh, I have a question?
You have lots of questions.
Oh, I've got questions. I have questions, folks. Questions for me. Go ahead and give me my question. I'll question it up. You go ahead and read them to me.
Sure. Mark asks, what's your favorite scene in all of Twin Peaks?
My favorite scene in all of Twin Peaks is the question from Mark. That's a tricky one. It's hard not to pick something from the last episode because it's so memorable, but I think my first thought that I had was of Leland I think it's like a specific scene, but I love when Cooper and Harry are talking to Leland at the Great Northern, and he comes around the corner and he does that transition and then he starts dancing. I don't know. I just love everything about it. Everything with Leland. He's incredible, I think. So I would say that one.
All right. Kenny McKee asks, which has been your favorite Blue Rose magazine so far?
Kenny McKee asks, what has been my favorite Blue Rose magazine so far? It is actually the Hollywood issue, which is issue 10. And Jillian, grab me a Hollywood issue. I'll hold it up. I wasn't going to be promoting the Blue Rose, but I mean, it was supposed to be James Marshall right here, which we could sing Just You, Just I. I mean, I could sing it. I mean, I'm going to sing eventually, we know. So this was the Hollywood issue, and this was my favorite issue. It's got a spectacular back cover that Wayne Barnes made, the David Lynch's Hollywood Squares. I've always loved this cover so much. He did a great job. I mean, you even got the evolution of the arm in there. I think that's hilarious. And then Melanie Mullen did a location tour of LA places where Lynch has filmed for Twin Peaks, because a lot of Twin Peaks was filmed in LA. And Melanie is such a great writer because she's got a lot of snark and she knows how to do all that. So that is exciting. So I loved her article. And I just don't think anyone did a Lynch thing about Hollywood before that I remember. Also, the thing that I wrote for the Hollywood Embrace, this article here about David Lynch's movie, I wrote something really funny in there, and nobody has ever commented on it. So it's like a little secret thing. Now that you're stuck, you know you didn't read this issue when it came. You didn't. It's just sitting there now. I suggest you read it now. Why not? You could. So, what else do I got?
Stuart Baker says, what is this reunion in Arkansas? Didn't know about it. And do you know why Arkansas?
I have no idea why Arkansas, and in fact, I've never understood why Arkansas. Do we need it? No, I'm just kidding. Everyone in Arkansas is all for fun. They had a big event, a con there that goes around, and for some reason, the people who did it just had a big meeting of everyone. So that's why it was a pretty exciting place, and I think people had a great time. I know everyone who went. And now that I'm thinking about it, what if this is the last Twin Peaks gathering? Like, I think it might have been at the time. But we'll see. Next question.
All right. Johnny Horn would like to know.
Johnny Horn?
Yes, he said he didn't know that David makes furniture. And do you know if he made the table Teddy sits on in front of Johnny Horn?
I seriously doubt he made that table. I don't know, but I would think that would be pretty big. I know David was working on a table for a long time because I feel like somebody told me that like when they met David Lynch, they showed him a table and had all kinds of cool drawers and things like that. I don't know if it had a Josie doorknob. That I don't know. But it's hard to say. You know, I'm wondering, now that I'm thinking about this, going to send Rose and Ben, if you are watching, I'm sending you a Zoom invite. I am certain that you would love to jump in. You're already Zooming.
Oh, I have a good question.
And if you want, I just sent you an invite. You can jump in and entertain for me. Wouldn't that be fun? Yes, I'm told I have a good question. Oh, good question.
Alex Ryan wants to know what the story of the Bob poster behind you is.
Oh, and Alex Ryan wants to know, what is the story of this Bob poster that is behind me? Well, when I was out in LA, I went to see the Twin Peaks premiere when season 3 premiered. They had parts 1 and 2 were premiered in a big theater, and if you were really cool, you got a ticket to go inside and watch the show. But I mean, why would you want to do that? But me and Jen and Courtney, we actually sat outside of the event, and everyone who was dropped off had to walk by us. We sat at a coffee shop. They all walked by us. And we saw everyone. I mean, I saw Grace Zabriskie and David Lynch and Mark Frost and, just everyone. And it was a really, really cool event. It was very exciting. But when the night was over, Showtime had put up a bunch of these Bob posters just on the wall. This is very paper thin. And I thought, well, heck, when this is over. They're just going to throw them away. So I snuck up, and there were security guards that were looking for things, and I stole that poster and put it in my pants. Hey, Rose. You're live on the air, but I can't hear you. But we can't hear you, little Rose. This is what Rose looks like in her house. What, did you want to hear her too? I mean, what is this? You can't expect to hear her. You can see her. That's the important part, is the seeing of people. I mean, hearing... Can you hear me?
Hey,
hi.
Hello.
Oh.
Would you like a one?
Hi, Ben and Rose from the Double Arc.
Hello. I thought longer arm is better because the further you are from me, the less frightening it becomes for everybody involved.
Yeah, probably. I think
Yeah.
it'll be fine. So I wanted to ask you, what was it like to sing Just You and I with Sherilyn and Mansion? Oh, never mind. That was for James Marshall.
Can I just say about that song? Everyone hates that song, and people said, "Oh, don't sing that bloody song." I think the song does what it says on the tin. The song does exactly what that song should do because it's meant to have been written by teenagers in love who were not particularly thinking about things, just being simple and in love.
I have never hated that song. I'm going to admit that back in 1990, I taped it on a cassette tape so I could have it.
Old school.
So, thank you for jumping in because James Marshall was not available, and then I realized I know entertaining people. I should have set this up for
but they weren't. They were busy.
Yeah,
so...
they didn't answer. So how did Twingo go?
Twingo went well. Yeah, we had no idea if it was going to work. Seemed to work. People had a laugh.
It's weird. It's weird not being in the room with the people that are having fun with you and having to rely on comments. That was really weird.
Yeah, got that weird delay as well. So we're kind of saying things, and it could be dying on its arse, and we'd have no idea.
But you kind of knew, though, right?
No, really. I've never known, and I've died a lot.
Banter hands.
Banter hands. I'm holding the phone, so I can't. I'm just a single.
Right, I understand.
We had quite a lot of gin.
There was a lot of gin. Yeah.
Well,
but it was good.
And you're going to do it every Thursday? Because I said you're going to do it every Thursday, and then I realized...
that's the plan. Yeah, every Thursday.
Every Thursday, and there's prizes that people can win.
Such prizes.
Yeah, cool little prizes that all fit through the letterbox, and it's the Twingo COVID-19 expansion pack So there's even bigger balls, and that's what we all need in this weather.
I think with the quarantine, I think the bigger the balls, the better.
Yeah.
I think the World Health Organization would agree with me there.
I don't know. Do you need bigger balls if you're just sitting around watching Netflix? You need bigger balls for Netflix?
Yeah, definitely. More comfy. Like a beanbag chair.
Okay, I think that's fair. Jen? Yes, Jen.
David Klassfeld wants to know what we can do to support the Double R Club, because it can never close. Not ever, ever.
Well, you can come and play Twingo, and buy a card for Twingo.
Yep.
We have a coffee page.
That's KO-FI.
Which is on the internet, where we're recording Ben doing some stuff.
Various things.
Putting up some archive films from the last 12 years of Double R Club, and you can leave us a tip there.
Yes, you can basically, the idea is that you can buy us a kind of notional coffee. Buy us a coffee, which is like $3, just to kind of keep us ticking over until this shitstorm blows over and we can get back at it.
That is wonderful. I mean, what you guys do is so amazing, because you're not talented, but you pull it off. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's a smoke screen. It's all smoke and mirrors.
I think we know talented people.
Right.
I think.
And we know Scott.
And we know Scott.
Yeah. So, you know.
I did see early on that Em Brule was here.
Yes, Em Brule was watching earlier on.
Yeah, wow. And Dead were here.
Yep, they were watching.
Who else was watching?
Serena Del Fuego was watching.
So,
one of our performers.
Quite a few of our little Double R family watching. You?
It's amazing. And we started off, strong. We started off strong, you see.
And then there's only one way to go, isn't there?
Yeah. But I mean, I think that was just a hiccup. It's just a hiccup. Small hiccup, and we're going on. Jen, any other questions for Ben and Rose?
Not that I've seen, no.
Oh, well, I got to learn not to ask it that way.
Does
anyone care about Ben and Rose at all? Oh no interest.
Nothing. No interest. None at all. They're saying, get them off. Really.
Who are Ben and Rose?
Who the fuck are these guys? Yeah, what's going on? That's not James Marshall.
I think if you've never been to Twin Peaks UK Festival, you probably have no idea who we are.
And that's fair enough.
Well, no, you were on the cover of issue 9 of the Blue Rose.
You're that's true.
The Blue Rose
the magazine were all glammed up and
everyone
cover.
knows all about that, so it's fine. Another question that I was curious is, what was it like for you to act with Jack Nicholson in A Few Good Men? If you could answer that question.
That's James Marshall. That's a James Marshall.
But
question.
You can't handle the truth?
No, I can't. No, that's very true.
No.
I can't. What I can't handle is holding my arm up any longer, so I'm going to swap arms.
Okay.
Can I swap arms?
Sometimes it's enjoyable when you change.
There you go. Smooth, right?
Yeah.
This is a good angle, right?
Yeah, it's natural as hell. Jen has another question.
So lots of people are talking about Twingo, and we have some people
who
don't know what Twingo is, so explain it.
They don't know what Twingo is. Explain Twingo.
It's they know what Twin Peaks is. They know what bingo is. It's Twin Peaks bingo. Twingo. It's Twin Peaks bingo. It's Twingo.
But I have something fun to say. So
you're talking it up now.
Oh, fun to say. This will be the first time that we've done this on the show, so there's a change of pace.
Yeah. Fun fact, I didn't even tell you this. I put on our Instagram feed a picture from Twingo the other night there. And Renault, the car manufacturers who have a car called Twingo, started following us. So Renault Twingo are following the Double R Club.
Well, maybe they could give us a Renault Twingo. Yeah. We'd be like sponsorship.
Yeah.
Sponsorship.
So Renault, if you're listening,
give us a car.
Give us a car. An automatic, if possible.
Mm-hmm. That is very.
Yeah.
That's going to be huge. I think this is going to be your big thing now.
Yeah, I think
would
so.
say so.
And we'd let you sit in the car if they give us a car. We'd
wave at you as we drove by at great speed.
Yeah, Jen would be in the car. We'd all be waving at Scott as we go past.
I think that is good. Tell me something that excited you in season 3 that you were like, I cannot wait to get this on stage. This is something that is inspiring me. We've got to get this in an act.
Well, I mean, obviously episode 8, but we had no idea. We didn't think anyone would be able to do an act based around episode 8. But then Von Strumpet, the wonderful Von Strumpet, did like a part puppet, part lip sync act, all based around episode 8, which is absolutely phenomenal. For me, on season 3, I really liked the song by the Veils, Axolotl. And I was really looking forward to performing that, which I did. And that was great, because that's probably my favourite song from season 3.
And Eliza Delight has that incredible burlesque act to that song.
Yes, she also does an act to Axolotl, yes.
Yeah. You really like that song better than Sean?
I really like that.
Wait a minute, I have a joke. You stepped on my joke right then. Let's take 2.
Let's start again.
We'll
edit this bit out. It'll be fine.
Watch this.
So.
You really like that song better than Sean Colvin's Viva Las Vegas?
I mean, we make all creative decisions are made. Yeah,
we're staying positive. I shouldn't have said it. Yeah. And then I double
you
said
said it.
Yeah, well, I said it, botched it, and then rewind it back to do it again. I just...
so you dug your own grave.
It's because it's in my nature to bite the hand that feeds me. I can't...
Episode 8 was the big one for us.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
Because we were watching it in the morning. So instead of going to... I always took the morning off work so that we could watch it here before going to work and being spoiled by social media. And my whole life, I started being a little bit obsessed, I think is probably the right word to use.
Yeah, that's totally the right word.
About nuclear explosions when I was about 12 years old.
It was the 80s. It was a different time.
It's a different time. And at one point, watching episode 8 that morning, curtains shut, screaming...
At one point during episode 8, actually, I had to say, get away from the television. I can't see the bloody thing. She kept getting closer. And if she's excited about something she's watching, she just keeps getting closer to the screen. It's disturbing.
Yeah. Episode 8 was like something that I'd had in my head.
You actually said, I've had dreams like this.
Yeah, I've had
which
dreams
speaks volumes
of me kind of being in a mushroom cloud like for most of my life. And then I married Ben, and so
dreaming of disaster. Just saying.
Yeah, I understand. That makes sense. I just noticed she said that when she's interested in something, she gets closer to the screen, and she's very, very far away from... I mean, she couldn't be farther away from this thing.
Yeah.
That's what I'm concerned about.
Yeah, look.
Oh, okay. Now I feel... Oh, okay. Woo! I
can never be too close to you, Scott.
I understand.
Well, actually, at the moment you can. I think it's 2 meters. So you can be too close to Scott.
Yeah.
Because quarantine, keep your distance, social distancing.
So I see a question from Mr. Josh Minton. He wants to know, what do you guys think the cultural differences are between UK Twin Peaks fans and American Twin Peaks fans? Do you think that you guys view it differently?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. Actually, I've not really thought about that because
have we met many Americans. Have we met many Americans?
We've met quite a few Americans in our lives, yes.
But Twin Peaks fans.
What are the cultural differences? I don't know, because I suppose to some degree, for a long time, particularly during the 80s, we would kind of mythologize American culture, which is kind of what David Lynch does as well. So I suppose his take, kind of like slightly exaggerated take on 50s American culture and Americana, was kind of our take. So I think it kind of fitted us. Maybe for some Americans it was more of a shock.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I also think that we were getting copies of Wrapped in Plastic in the early 90s after Twin Peaks came out. So being here and reading in Wrapped in Plastic about the Twin Peaks Festival up in Washington and thinking, wow, wouldn't that be a dream to go there? We never made it.
No, never made it.
But kind of like, so you know, from the 90s onwards, as well as having Twin Peaks on our TV screens, we had these magazines that kind of made you just want to go to these annual celebrations. And I think that was one of the things that the Americans had before us in terms of,
they can actually go there.
but in terms of groups of people coming together to go.
Oh yeah, we never had conventions or stuff. I think it was smaller here.
Yeah.
It was much smaller.
Well, I think that the UK is smaller than America. I haven't measured it, but...
No, you know what? I think you're right, geographically speaking.
Yeah. Do you think? Huh. Because we have, like, Texas. Yeah. I think we have Texas.
And we basically are Texas.
Yeah, I don't know. Huh.
I think probably, Josh, and this is going a little bit off the question. I think there's less kind of cultural differences, whereas now there's real generational differences. I think we're from the generation who watched one episode at a time
per week. Yeah, and if you missed it, you missed it.
And and had to manually set up VCRs to record it because it was never repeated. And so,
and all the young people listening to this sounds like basically pre-war. This sounds like the VCR would have been.
I have a question. Back then, could you go outside?
Outside.
But so we were watching it one episode at a time, and I'm sure you can remember, Scott, but there was bulletin boards where you could talk to people. And I know if Sean Delenti's watching, he was on bulletin boards as well. But there wasn't really a way for everybody to talk about it. Whereas now the younger generation who are watching it, who can watch 2, 3, 4, 10 episodes in a weekend and instantly go on the internet and know everything about it.
Yeah.
So I believe we have Miss Sherilyn Fenn.
Okay.
Sherilyn,
well, say hello to Sherilyn from us.
She's connecting. We can hear her. But so guys, thank you for jumping in and saving my bacon.
No problem.
And I may come back to you. But so we'll talk to you later. All right. So I think you have to hang up because I don't know how to.
Okay, bye.
Bye, thank you. Sherilyn, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yay, it's Sherilyn.
I can hear you.
Let's see. Thank you so much for joining us, Sherilyn. You're live on the air. The world is happy to see you. We had a little snafu, but we're back on schedule.
Yes, because it's hard to keep track of shit.
Amen.
I thought today was at 12:30, and all of a sudden my phone's ringing, and I was like, "Uh-oh, I gotta go."
I know. Well, we had. Thank you for being flexible. As we had a little mishap, and we had to move things around. But we're it's live. It's the new world. So how are you doing?
I'm okay. I'm good.
How are you handling being stuck inside when you're normally out, seeing people, acting, doing things?
It's can make you feel a little crazy at times. It's crazy. But I'm trying not to get too identified. I'm trying to find beauty in this crazy stuff that's going on. I'm watching like my mind spin out and get afraid. Oh my God, this is going to happen. That's going to happen. And it doesn't do anybody any good. And so I think, the interesting thing, we're just all going through all these crazy roller coasters of emotions and feelings and hopefully a healing. I always think these things can be healing. Everything is how we look at it. This is, but none of us knows what's going to happen. Seems like a strange movie.
Yeah, it really does. So are you binging anything? Are you reading something? What are you doing to pass your time?
Well, I have both of my sons, so we're doing art and doing all kinds of fun stuff. But then you binge. I watched the Tiger Tiger Killer Tiger Guy, whatever, on Netflix, and I just watched the 3rd season of Ozarks, which I love Ozarks.
Yeah,
so
I just started.
If you haven't watched Ozarks, freaking watch it, and you're so lucky you get to watch 3 seasons. It's such a great show.
Yeah, it is great. We just started season 3, so no spoilers, but it's very good show. So
I love it.
I was watching, and it's funny, this show is gonna escape my head, but it's the one with Billy Bob Thornton on Amazon. Goliath.
Yeah.
And I'm so excited because Sherilyn Fenn's gonna be in it, and I'm starting the season, and I'm all good to go. And then what the hell, Sherilyn?
We're gonna do a spoiler.
I mean, come on. I wasn't happy.
Yeah, but there's something. It was fun. I don't know how much you watched.
Well, I mean, I saw enough. I wasn't too happy. I thought this is going to be awesome. New Sherilyn Fenn. But...
Did you watch the whole season?
No, I didn't make it all the way through. So you're saying I should make it all the way through?
Okay. So you watched it. Yes.
Because, see, I'm a big David E. Kelley fan, and he wrote the 1st season. The 2nd season of Goliath I didn't love, so I was coming to the 3rd season just because of you. You were the only reason I was going to watch it. And
thank you.
And then...
Well, watch it, because people are liking the 3rd season a lot.
Okay.
And there's more beyond the 1st episode.
Oh, okay. All right. Then I'm going to be in.
Not tons, but there's definitely more. That would be
I was just hoping you were going to be in it quite a bit.
I know. I had people call and be like, what just happened?
I know. And it was an interesting...
I just sat down. I'm like, I know,
I'm also a huge Gilmore Girls fan. How did you get cast twice in the Gilmore Girls?
Because Amy Palladino's an angel of mine in a funny way. She's great. I mean, she's amazing to work with, her and her husband. But I was doing Rude Awakening when she was casting Gilmore Girls, because apparently she had interested for me in the mama role. But I was already doing Rude Awakening. So later when they were casting, first it was, because I did 2 roles. First it was the spinoff, right?
Yeah, you were Jess's stepmom, and then you were Luke's ex-girlfriend.
Right. So first I got that, and they were trying to spin off, and Milo was going to have his own show, which would have been amazing. But it's so perfect because the network said he's not strong enough.
This is us.
Like, okay, whatever you say, fools. It's just whatever. So he just went on to continue to work again and again, and he's such a great actor, and I love Milo. But anyway, yeah. So I got that. She brought me in and just do this role, and then a few years later, my hair was then dark and longer, and she brought me in to do the 2nd role, and I was always happy. It's always great to work with her.
I'd love to see you on Mrs. Maisel. I'm sure you would too, but I mean,
yeah, of course. It would be fun.
So we have some questions for you.
Okay.
David Klassfeld says, in the deleted scenes, it was clear that you were wearing a hospital gown. Is it permissible for you to elaborate? Thank you for everything. So I don't think they mean deleted scenes. They must mean the bonus scenes, although you're wearing a hospital gown in season 3 is my guess. Are you allowed to elaborate on your hospital gown?
Yeah. Well, I have to, all this stuff happening, it's hard to remember everything. And that happened all so fast. But I think it was the final scene. See, we shot everything, and then David said, okay, go, we're going to take off your makeup, and we're going to do a shot of you just kind of losing it and like you're crazy or something. And so I think then I must have had a hospital thing on, but it was real quick. I think she was like in a kind of a prison in her own mind. I think she was needing help coming in and out of this place she had gone that made her feel safer and not be hurt as much. And I think that it represents that place inside everybody that they have. I think that that's the beauty of what David does, you know. Yeah. And I'm just realizing it, whatever it is in each different character, it would be a core part of your heart and that neediness and wanting to be loved and wanting to be seen and, you know, all that kind of stuff that's just completely human. That's why I think people love its characters.
Alyssa H wants to know, was it fun doing the Psych episode with all the Twin Peaks actors?
It was so much fun. That was one of the first times that we had all been together. And the guys on the show are so amazing and kind and beautiful and fun and big Twin Peaks fans. And so, yeah, it was really good. We didn't get to see, we all met in a bar in the hotel at like, come down, people text you, come down. And then we got to see everybody all at one time. And it was just, it's trippy because the work is such that you make these little families. And especially if you get the pleasure of working for a year or 2 or 3 years, you know, they become a family. And so when you see them again, it's just, it's wonderful. And it's so proud to be a part of something that stood the test of time, and that we have this sacred family. We have this group of people that understand it and a part of us, because we're all kind of weird and trying to figure it out, you know, and stand vulnerable. And there's strength in that.
We have
Some people hate David Lynch. They do. They're idiots, but they don't get him. They can't get it. They think it's all too weird and strange. My son is peeking in the window. Yes.
This is what's left of the bone capers. He eats them too.
Oh my God. Okay. Yes. Okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you got to be a mom first. That's what makes you adorable. So here's a question from David Bushman. He wants to know what happened to the Audrey supposed spin-off that eventually became Mulholland Drive. Did anyone ever talk to you about spinning you off from Twin Peaks?
Yes. Yes. And I was... You have to understand, you don't really know oftentimes something's going to be a big thing. And I didn't know Twin Peaks was going to be what it turns out to be. It's such a gift. But yeah, so we shot the first season. And my character wasn't, I mean, most people know she wasn't in the original script. So we met, and then they called and said he was writing me this great role, or just this role. It ended up being great. But so... I've lost my train of thought now.
This is about the spin-off from Mulholland Drive.
Right. So in between, we did the first season, and then we all went out to dinner, and David and his agent and mine, Cynthia and me, and they talked about doing this spin-off, and Audrey goes to Hollywood, and, you know, David said she's driving along Mulholland Drive in this, you know, convertible old car, and your hair, and I'm like, well, what's she doing in California? She's gonna be an actress. And the whole thing was wild. And I just said, well, yeah, I mean, it sounds like fun. You know, I would do whatever David wanted to do. He's the genius. But I didn't. So they were supposed to be talking about it and dealing. And, you know, then the next season came. So I think it just ended up happening, obviously, in the way. I think it started out as a TV show again.
Yeah,
he filmed the first hour. It's a TV, you know, something like that. But yeah, that's
It seems like a lot of people want to know. A lot of people want to know what was your favorite overall Audrey scene or your favorite Audrey Cooper scene. Those questions seem to be coming up a lot. Do you have favorites?
I think probably my favorite scenes of the whole show are in the first season, and not even, well, no, the pilot was great because we shot such a little bit, but he just created, you know, on the page, it just would be a few lines. So you'd think, okay, what? And then on the set, you'd realize it's a bigger deal than it is, and it's being showcased, this funny little quirky character. I didn't like dancing because it was scared me. We had to do it right on the same day we were there. He told us we were doing it right before we did it, and it didn't. I liked smoking cigarettes in the bathroom and talking with Laura Flynn about murder, and that was fun. Because she thought, she thinks she's in her element. She's got her cigarette telling her what's going on. It was fun. And it was good. It was written well. And she's just kind of laughing at me. But I liked that scene. And whenever I get to meet Special Agent in the freaking, he's there drinking coffee at our hotel, I'm happy and thrilled and ready to figure out. That was like the love of her life. That's it. She's in love. She's going to make this work. This is it. She's going to get the hell out of here. All the scenes with him were fun because something was just there between the characters that you could feel. And it's not even a thing in a weird way between the actual actor people, except we like each other and we care about each other. But his funny character got along really well with my funny character. Just something worked, and that was cool. So they all kind of blend in doing all of them. And of course, the favorite episodes were the ones that DKL was directing. So I know it's the pilot. It might have been 1 and 2, and then like 6 and 7 or something. Whenever he's there, it was always extra special.
The thing that I always think is that Audrey was such a strong female character to come out in 1990. I mean, when you look back on it, do you see her as being stronger than other women were on TV at that time as characters, not actresses? But, do you think of yourself as a trailblazer in that way?
Oh, no. No, not in that. No, I don't in that way. It's a surprise to me, like such a cool, amazing, pleasant surprise that people love her. It's a surprise, but it makes me feel so happy and good. I think she just went after what she wanted and had gone through the life as a young girl, not being able to, not having the power. And now she's just stepping, it's exciting. She's just stepping into that 17, going to be 18, going to take her, that power and don't have to be hurt anymore is what you think when you're that young. You've been waiting to get old, and then most people wish they were young again. So no, and for me it felt timeless because of the way we dressed and stuff. This is silly, but like girls are girls, boys are boys. It's just silly, and it's not. But it's like your plaid skirt, your thing. It was like this old money that a few years when I lived with my grandparents in Grosse Pointe Farms, Michigan, and it was like just very specific, and this, you want to fight to get out of it, So.
We have a question here from Brooks Noble. It says, what was it like filming Wild at Heart and working with Laura Dern and Nick Cage?
It was a wonderful thing. I almost don't feel like I was working with anybody because I was, how do you play the last 3 minutes of somebody's life? I didn't know. I still don't know. And so I felt, if I see her, I think of like in a pinball, bung, 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 whatever and my mom's going to kill me in this. And David just kept pouring more blood on me. And it was just weird. You go into this weird meditative, surreal place when you work with David and you trust him. And he would just, be like, okay, your mom's really going to be mad at you, and and what your head is itching, and where's the wallet, and action. It's like, seriously, you just have to be vulnerable, open, afraid, but like bouncing around because she's gonna just leave in a minute. So they're talking, but they're not, So we shot all one night and freezing cold out in the desert, and just more blood and more blood, more blood. And it's just a very, weird, solitary experience just because of, I'm not going to be like, hey, what's going on? that, so you just stay in your space and kind of whatever it is. But they're lovely, amazing actors. I was so happy to be a part of it. Yeah.
It is amazing because from your perspective, it's a short amount of work, but it's just such a memorable part in that movie. They always say there are no small parts, and like that really is one. I mean, it just changes the whole direction of the movie. You're great in it. Lisa Fernandez asks, what was the chemistry like between you and Billy Zane on the set of Twin Peaks?
It was fun. It was good. I mean, it's not Special Agent though, so I know people love him, but it's hard to fill those shoes, and it was unfortunate the way that it came about to begin with, because it's just a TV show, and even within a TV show, there's a life, and there was a life between those two characters, and I wish we'd gotten to see more of it, 100%. So when Billy came along, Billy's just sweet and darling, and but I was just kind of at a loss and trying to make it work to the best of my ability. It was, I mean, he's a good. There could be worse replacements, right? So it was fine. It was good.
Yeah, I mean, the scene that sticks out to me in that whole thing is actually between you and Jack Nance. After you get off the plane, Jack Nance is so sweet with you. I don't know. I mean, what was it like for you? Because you were a star when you were on Twin Peaks, but then there are people like Piper Laurie and Peggy Lipton, these Lifetime stars, and then you guys were starting up. It's like two versions of Hollywood. Did you learn from the elders, shall we say?
Well, I went back and saw, of course, and some of Piper's work, and saw Peggy, and absolutely. But I think when you're that young, you're just kind of also, you're so young that you can't imagine being older, and in some kind of a strange way. Because now I look back and think of it, and it's a totally, but that's, of course, that's what life does, that perspective. But yeah, it was, especially Piper Laurie, who's done amazing work in these amazing films when she was like in The Slip, and just like, and I mean, so did obviously Peggy, but Piper was badass, and she's such a powerful presence.
Yeah.
Actress, woman. And of course, I'd seen her in Carrie, and I was like, oh my God, she's amazing. She's amazing, So, yeah, it was, of course, we get schooled by our elders.
Michael Brief says, what is the difference in directing style between David Lynch and Jennifer Lynch? If I said the same name twice, David and Jennifer, what's the difference in the directing?
It's in some ways the same, in other ways completely different. Well, just by virtue of the fact that Jennifer is a woman, right? Okay, so she's my best friend. She's my closest friend. She's become even walking through all of this, she's always been one of the wisest people that I've ever known in my whole life. Even David says, Jennifer did a good job of raising him, he says. Jennifer will be more female and intuitive, and in a way that DKL isn't, or that he shows it in a different way, yeah. But I love them both so much. They're both, you're guaranteed to do deep work and look at stuff and the real stuff.
Right.
And that's what we need.
I love Boxing Helena so much. You're just spectacular in Boxing Helena. And it's that. I mean, it's just such a great movie.
Thank you so much.
So we have, I think you talked about that one. We've got, did you hope, well, I think you already said you did hope Audrey and Cooper would get together, didn't you?
Yes.
You were definitely up for that.
I was not happy that they weren't. David asked me if I was in love with Kyle. He did. He at dinner. Sherilyn, Fenn, are you in love with Kyle MacLachlan? I'm like, no, but Audrey loves it. But she does, but I'm not. Like nothing is ever I respect he has a relationship. I said, is this what happens on shows? Like if someone gets, it's just weird.
Yeah. What was it like to be on the cover of the Rolling Stone? I mean, you were on the cover of the Rolling Stone. Isn't that incredible?
Right? Like that song. It was great. It's a weird dream. It's great. It was great. We never would have thought, and it's a great honor and a pleasure to that people like that something you're in touches them, and just I wish I would find something else to do for a few years and do great work and have fun, and being able to touch people and move people. So we'll see what happens. It was great. We were cute on the cover of the Rolling Stone, me and the girls.
Yeah, I mean,
Cheryl should have been on there with us.
I know it is. I always think about that. But then Cheryl got on the cover of TV Guide and you didn't. So, I mean,
There you go.
You get one this way, you get one that way. So this question is interesting. It says, what was it like to shoot the Audrey Charlie scenes? I mean, there's a lot of cursing and yelling. Was it fun? I think that's interesting. They're curious about the cursing and the yelling.
I think that ultimately the way that I was taught is that all of it becomes very therapeutic, and that's what it ends up being, Sometimes there's stuff that needs to come out and old stuff, and so much of that is what to me fuels not being well in our minds, is just holding things in and repressing things and not saying it, and what this stuff becomes integrated, but it's not integrated at all, but it's in like your emotional makeup. So it was a great gift. It was a great gift to do it. Is it fun? Birthing my baby was the hardest thing I ever did. Had my first son at home with a midwife, which is crazy because I would be like a pothead wine drinker who would never want to feel anything too much. But here I'm having a baby at home. The hardest thing I ever did, the best thing I ever did, the most amazing gift. I won't say it's fun, Right. So the scenes weren't fun, but they were wonderful. And it's being in this creative space with David, and it's allowing this stuff to come out. And maybe you don't have it, but maybe you're lying to yourself because everyone has it. And, even walk through what we're walking through right now. And during one day being stuck in your house, you're going to be angry, sad, laughing, crying, having memories about your childhood. This is life, so ultimately, yes, it's the most fun to do my job with Jennifer or with David or the few others that love to dive in deep and shine a light on what's going on inside and have the courage to be filmed being confused or angry or happy or whatever it is, and those states change from moment to moment, and to dance in that with somebody who respects the state and respects the unconscious and the, all these things is amazing. So ultimately it is fun.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of psychological terror in those scenes, no doubt about it. So this one's going to take you way back. What was it like to work on just one of the guys? And how do you think teenage films have changed since the 80s?
Well, there's more nudity or more violence. And see, I guess when I was making films in the 80s, they were like, boy meets girl, or girl pretends to be boy, but there was Friday the 13th, the horror movies, there were those kind of romantic comedy or this one, right? And I did, I guess, the romantic comedy a few, but it was fun doing it. It was one of my first, films. It was goofy. I love that people that see that, I feel like they grew up with me because they watched me go through, Sandy the fish girl, and it was just goofy. It was so funny. I just got together with Joyce Heiser because we did this 30-year reunion at some theater, and people came and some bands, and we said hi. It was fun. Really cool.
That is cool. I mean, you've really been in some incredible movies. What's your favorite Prince song?
Oh, God. I don't. Moment, sometimes it snows in April. Just because it's April and we're getting close to the anniversary of his death. But I love him so much. He's alive and well, and I listen to him still all the time. And he pops in at interesting moments. I'm like, hi. He's like, I got the hell out of there. I'm not. He's too cool to deal with. Think I'm done. Check.
Well, Sherilyn, that's our time. That was our half hour. We did it.
We did it.
We made it. Tell people what they can get at your website.
Oh, there's my children's book and 8x10 signed, and maybe even some Audrey dolls again soon. We'll see. But listen, I just want to say, stay safe and listen to what they're telling us to do. I went into this not believing it at first. Seriously, I was like, I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid. This is bullshit, But it's really important what we do right now, and to love ourselves and love each other. And none of us has been through this before. I mean, nobody has been through this before. And I hope that whatever you believe in, that you're praying. And I believe that we're loved, and that we do have a God that loves us very much. And that gives me peace amidst this madness. And really, God bless you all, and always being our fans and sacred family of David Lynch, DKL, and the show, and all good stuff. So that's all I got to say.
Well, that is plenty enough. I appreciate you doing this. We're going to do David.
Thanks for setting it up. It's been fun.
Oh, no, it's been great. And you're always so kind to fans, and that makes all the difference, which, it means a lot to people. I don't know if you realize how much you mean to people or not. I don't know if you can feel it, but...
I get to meet the lovely fans at signings, and they mean so much to me too. It's beautiful. It's a gift.
And David Patrick Kelly is having a little trouble signing into Zoom. So do you want to answer one more question before he gets here?
Wow.
Someone says, any memories from filming The Wrath, or is it The Wraith, with Charlie Sheen?
Wraith. Well, Charlie was being a bad boy even back then. He was. Those boys would leave and go to Las Vegas and come back like drunk and stuff. But they'd said I needed the acting coach on it because I was too green. But they're like not even being able to say their lines. It was incredible. So pretty crazy. But they're all sweeties. I mean, they're we were all just making this funny movie. That's another one that people that grew up with me and they saw The Wraith.
Then Tracy says, what is it like to have a screaming Jay Hawkins write a song about you?
That's cool, isn't it? That's really cool. My first son, Miles' daddy, to Loose Holiday, is from New Orleans. So he's the one that told me and played me the song. It's like, that's kind of cool. A doll, a song. I'm pretty blessed. Two beautiful sons. Keep remembering what's beautiful about the world. It's like, seriously, Jennifer Lynch has saved my ass getting paints and doing things or making dolls or watching things that make you smile. Don't just sit there and stress out. Watch the few things you need to watch of sane people, like not our president. Oh my God. And then try to love ourselves and make good food. And this is a weird time for us to be together, out of Eckhart Tolle. I caught him on Instagram talking out of the busyness, the business. And we have to, there's gifts in everything. There's gifts here. We have to find them. It's bring out the worst in people or the best in people. And sometimes both.
It's true. There's no doubt about it. Well, I think you bring out the best of people. And do you want to say hi to your uncle? You can't see him, but David Patrick Kelly is on. Can you hear us, David?
Hi there. I'm glad you got on. We're like tag teaming. I can't hear anything. Okay, I'm gonna let you go.
Okay, thank you, Sherilyn.
Beautiful. Hi there, sweetie.
Yeah, I don't know if our sound is going through to him, but so thank you so much, Sherilyn. You're a doll. Thank you for sharing yourself. Thank you.
I can't hear. I'm sorry. Let him know so he knows. Oh, connecting to audio. Okay. Bye. Love you. Blessings.
David, we can't hear you. So we can see you, which is step one. And look at this daughter's coming through. And
now we got you.
There we go. See, we need the youngins. The youngins are the ones that can do it. Welcome to the show, David Patrick Kelly.
Thank you, Scott.
This is awesome.
Ben, good to see you.
Yeah, she said she said hello to your daughter, and she said it was good to see her uncle. So
nice.
So
we're standing by.
All right, we're on. You're on live, man. You're out there in the world. They're seeing you.
Well, good.
So are we?
We got a song for you.
Okay,
this is a Beatles song.
All right. So, do you want to tell the story first, or are you going to perform it?
Yeah, this is an early Beatles song by John Lennon and Paul McCartney. And Paul McCartney had the West Side Story album. So when they were about 18 years old, they went to, McCartney's family's house and wrote this song that was based on "There's a Place for Us" by Stephen Sondheim and Leonard Bernstein. And it's a cool song because it's the Beatles at their Beatliest. But I thought it was also a connection to Russ and Richard, Russ Tamblyn and Richard Bamer. Our beloved castmates. So here we go. You good?
We're good. Bring it on.
3, 4. There is a place where I can go when I feel alone, when I feel blue, and it's my mind, and there's no time when I'm alone. I think of you, the things you do go round my head, the things you said, like I love only you. Don't you know that it's so? There'll be no sad tomorrow. Don't you know that it's so? There's a place where I can go when I feel blue, and it's my mind, and there's no time when I'm alone. There's a place, there's a place, there's a place.
Ah, yay! That was a
Margarita Jane Kelly. Thank you, Margarita.
Does she want to take a bow? No bow? She doesn't want
to take a bow. Take a bow. Here
you gotta
she is,
take
ladies
a
and
bow.
gentlemen.
There we go.
Right here.
Thank you, dear. That was adorable. I mean, that was so sweet. Thank you. And
Thank
she even
you,
sang
Margarita.
a little bit.
Yeah, she is quite something. She's working on some songs of her own right now.
Oh wow! So she's writing her own stuff as well.
Yes, she is. Sorry, I didn't want to debut that, but we never know who's watching.
Right. Well, maybe a record label. I mean, we don't know.
That's right. That's right.
And-
Scott may start a record label.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
know.
she'll be my first sign. I mean, we don't know. That there's such an innocent to that song that we need to hear right now. So that was a great pick to do.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I love that because they talked about this too. I actually thought of it before I read their old comments about it, but they were talking about the fact that they said that the place that they can be free is their mind.
Mm-hmm.
And, they said it kind of predated all their psychedelic stuff. And I always loved the song for that. Plus, it's that amazing harmonies between John and Paul. That was so great, like the Everly Brothers that they were influenced by, And so, yes, love that song.
And
Good old
you,
song.
of course, were in Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. And
That's correct.
People at home right now
1972.
are seeing a picture of you with Paul and Linda, the picture you sent me. Tell me about that night of meeting Paul McCartney.
Well, you can imagine how daunting that was. So I played a lot of different characters in it, among which was Sgt. Pepper, who comes in. All the theater geeks out there will know this term, Deus Ex Machina. At the end of the show, he comes in and saves little Billy Shears from the evil Hammermen, and he sings "Get Back." That was my song, and so you can imagine how daunting that was to sing "Get Back" for Paul McCartney, but they were very sweet, So you got a great voice, So it was really, really touching, and of course, in '74, you didn't know that little baby was going to be Stella McCartney right there, that he's
that's
holding.
crazy.
That Linda's holding. And it was a really amazing, fun show. Kind of the people that did Hair and Jesus Christ Superstar put it together. And it was a sung through. We did Abbey Road and Sgt. Pepper, all the songs in there. There was no dialogue or anything. It was just
if you were going to drive somewhere and you're going to grab something, or let's say ride the subway, although not now, he's not going to ride the subway now. I'm not telling him to go out and ride the subway. And you're going to grab a Beatles album to listen to on this journey. What's most likely the first Beatles album you're going to grab to listen to?
It's so hard, but Rubber Soul was an amazing moment. They really started doing something adult. Everybody was trying to grow up in rock and roll and not have it just be bubblegum, and they were trying to do that song with Drive My Car, and one of the versions, I don't know if it was the English or the American version, had both Drive My Car and In My Life and on and on. Michelle was on there, and but then there's also Revolver, which is an incredible record as well, and but was more starting to get into psychedelia. But I do tend to like the Beatles at their Beatliest. I saw the Beatles in 1964 at the hockey rink in Detroit where I grew up, the Olympia hockey rink. And it was great. They only did 11 songs. They had 5 opening acts, but it was amazing to see. 5 opening acts. They had the Ronettes, be my little baby, and a band that Brian Epstein was also managing called Circle. And they had 1 hit, I believe, maybe more, but I think their big hit was Red Rubber Ball, which is a cover of an unknown Paul Simon song, And Circle, Cyrkle. They were quite everybody was, like the Byrds, everybody was trying to do Beatle pun kind of names back then, And some local bands too opened for the Shangri-La, or not the Shangri-Las. I can't remember the other bands that were on it, but it was stunning to see, and to see them all singing and playing together with all those influences was really great.
Well, you had a little Broadway debut with Once. How was that experience for you to be on stage playing instruments every night?
Well, Once was in fact not my debut, but it was the first major hit, and I was in it for 4 years, from the workshops to the beginning. And it was really great because it was in touch with my Irish roots, and so it was a pleasure to do. The music was really fantastic in that, and it was just a great joy. Really unusual theater makers, John Tiffany and Steve Hoggett, and Martin Lowe, who put together the band, because the characters were also the band that played this very mandolin in that show. And when we sign off today, I'll sing Raglan Road, which I did for 1,200 performances. I brought this traditional song into the show, and it's been around the world now in all the different tours, because I did a little arrangement for it, and it opened the show before we officially began the show. We did Raglan Road every night, and it's a great song that William Butler Yeats had in his book of poems, because it's based on a traditional thing, but he just did a translation and listed it as one of his poems. So, but Once was astonishing. Glenn Hansard was so great. He didn't want to have anything to do. He'd come to rehearsals with his friend Bono of Spider-Man, and Spider-Man had quite a rough building of that show, and so he saw it and he said, "Whoa, I don't know what they're going to do with my show. It's going to be a nightmare, I'm sure." But he loved it so much, and he came back and back all the time, and he wanted to make sure that we weren't kind of doing musical theater. So he brought this guy in to our rehearsal when we were downtown just starting out. And the guy, God bless him, when I tell you who it is, he looked like a homeless guy. And it was, he had this ratty kind of hair and, disheveled clothes. And it was the great singer-songwriter Damien Rice. Oh. And he came, and they wanted to show us how to do a kind of Irish rocker spirit in the show. And I sang Raglan Road for him, and he was very complimentary about that. That's the spirit, because nobody knew. The younger people knew who Damien was, but they didn't catch on because he was really in deep disguise, when he came in. But Glenn brought him in, and he was quite thrilled with the show by the end of it, And the legendary Dana Ashbrook showed up one night when we were downtown, and we had a good old time.
We do have some questions for you. From Mark O'Brien, we have, what was it like to play Andy Warhol in The Doors?
You got that wrong there, Mark.
Oh,
wasn't me.
Well, way to go. My first
but
question.
I'll tell you, I did.
Out.
There's a picture of me with John Lennon, who came to the opening of Sgt. Pepper at the Beacon Theater in New York. And right next to us is Andy Warhol. So that's as close as I got to Warhol.
That's as close as you got. And I think you've also had Campbell's soup before. So you've had a can of Campbell's soup. This one I know is true because it's about Jerry Horn. Casey asks, what's your favorite Jerry Horn moment?
My favorite Jerry Horn moment probably was the entrance with the baguette and the brie. Because I had read that and David offered it to me when we were shooting Wild at Heart. And I read the script, and it was such a beautifully written, funny script that that's the thing that sold me, along with Nick Cage and Laura Dern, who convinced me that I should do it. Older actors didn't want to do television too much. You wanted to stay away as much, because in the old days, in the 60s and 70s, it had a kind of stigma about it. Not anymore. Now it's the only place to go.
So Scott Schneider asks, I loved your character Luther in 48 Hours. What was your experience like working with Nick Nolte and Eddie Murphy? And were there any scenes you can recollect that didn't make the final cut? So 48 Hours, what do you got from that? I mean, you've been in everything.
48 Hours was really fun. It came up fast and furious. The original duo were Clint Eastwood and Richard Pryor on that. That's who it was written for. And then it came to Nick and Eddie, and it was Eddie's very first movie. I think I don't know how old he was, 22, I think, something like that, maybe. And, in the famous scene where he sticks out the car door and I flip over it wasn't me, it was a great stuntman who flipped over it. But, Nolte is roughing up old Luther there. It got very physical, and I had a little blood dripping out of my nose here, and it kind of shook Eddie a little bit. He said, "This is how you guys do movies? you keep it real. You keep it really real." And I also loved 48 Hours. Being a Detroiter and then a New Yorker for so long, I never drove a stick shift, and so I had to drive that little yellow car all around. No, not yellow. Was it yellow? No, it was black. It was a black Porsche. And I didn't know how to drive a stick. So there was a stuntman on the floor of the car the entire time that I was driving up and down those hills in San Francisco. And, people who drive sticks, you get to a light on a hill that's going this way, and you start rolling back down, So he'd always be telling me, Dave, it's a little gas, a little clutch. A little gas, a little clutch, a little gas. And so if you ever watch Flirting with Disaster, David O. Russell's movie, where I'm the truck driver with
Ben Stiller.
Come on, great comic director and actor.
Ben Stiller?
Ben Stiller, thank you. I use that line when I'm teaching them how to drive the big rig. I say, come on, it's a little gas, a little clutch, a little gas, a little clutch. So it all goes around. You recycle these things. The 48 Hours was great. A lot of wonderful people. Stuntman Benny Dobbins on that, who had also been with later in Commando, and he passed away. But 48 Hours is wonderful. It was only my third movie, I think, and being in San Francisco, they call you up from New York and say, you got to be in San Francisco tomorrow. We're starting early. And sure enough, we were. And, but I think Eddie still considers it his favorite movie. I don't know. Maybe he's moved on to something else. He's done a lot of great movies, but, it really did a lot of innovative stuff, subtle stuff.
Yeah, I loved it back in the day. I mean, I haven't seen it for many, many years, but I loved it. Now, this is kind of a strange question. Jill Watson wants to know, how did you avoid stepping in elk poop running through the field in season 3 of Twin Peaks?
I was so terrified of whatever it was that was chasing me that I don't think I really noticed. But we did, it was my first time to Washington, and driving to work in the morning at 5 a.m., there would be one of those commanders of the wild woods standing on the side of the road when we'd be going to work, with their big racks of horns, saying "Welcome to my world," and it was beautiful to see. Really great at the real Twin Peaks in the woods.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly changes everything. Charlene and Daniel want to know if when you were making The Warriors, if you knew what a cult hit it was going to become.
Absolutely not. I've said it so many times, it was a genre film. I think the producer and Walter had a feeling because, things run in packs in Hollywood and there was a push. We were in competition with a couple of other films to do a gang picture. So everybody wanted to get the first gang picture out there, and, it was I think they knew, but to me, I read it and it seemed to me on this page, like a genre picture, like a Roger Corman motorcycle gang picture, that I used to see in the 60s and love with Bruce Dern, and I think Jack Nicholson was in some of those. And, I love those genre movies. I thought it was great to be in that for my first movie. And,
there's another question about it. It says, who came up with the bottle scene? And did you choose to say it that way?
That was me, and Walter urged me on to do that, and he may have kicked in some of the words on it too. Walter had seen me on Broadway singing James Taylor's songs in a play called Working. And he wanted me to sing something, there was nothing there. It was just, Luther drives up and the Warriors are there and then they go to the beach and fight. So he said, I want you to do something to taunt them. So I went away, tried to think of something, and there under the boardwalk were these midget beer bottles, these small beer bottles. And because I was a downtown New York theater guy and you have all kinds of experimental stuff going on, I played at CBGB's and heard a lot of different wild stuff. I said, well, I'm gonna do something like that, and it worked out real good. I was actually surprised that he let me keep it in, to be honest, because, it was kind of different than anything else. He's a very stylized director, or he was at that time for that movie. He knew he had a big cast of people and he had to keep them, in line, everybody in line to do things very cleanly and organized, So it was a great moment. And, I appreciated Walter giving me that to make up on the spot.
Dave Summers, maybe. Jerry the character is a Gonza grad. Have you ever gotten any reaction from the college over the years?
Gonzaga. Yeah, I did when they were in the basketball finals a couple years back. People said, I want to give a shout out to the team. And sure enough, I sent to Gonzaga University and got a sweatshirt for the Bulldogs and wore it to cheer them on. They did well. They almost made it, but they got really far. And Gonzaga, I never knew much about Gonzaga. Mark Frost wrote that in as a backstory for Jerry about where he went to college for law school. And I think he just liked the name of it. But it's in fact a very old Jesuit college in California, and with a venerable history, So I still have that Bulldogs sweatshirt that I'll wear whenever I get a chance. If they want to give me an honorary degree from there, that's fine with me.
Do we think Jerry earned an honorary degree? Is that really what we think? My favorite part, the thing that Jerry says that cracks me up every time is when they're interrogating Ben and they throw the diary on the table and he leans into Ben and says, "It's a book." Good legal advice. I mean, that was helpful. From Jacob, he wants to know, what direction did you get from David in the foot scene? Did you know that the foot was talking?
I think it was in the script, but I had no idea what it would sound like, And David's very intense, and he wanted it to be terrifying. He just wanted it to be a terrifying thing. And my memory may not serve me correctly about it, but you know, what I'm most proud of is they kept my flip after I grabbed the foot and flipped there. We did have a stunt guy there, but I set it up and tried to do it myself. And I think it was, in fact, me doing that flip over there, you know. And
yeah, I think you can see it in the behind the scenes. They show some footage of you flipping it because there's a lot of behind the scenes. So I think it is you.
Oh, good. I haven't seen any of that, so you know, but that's good.
So we have a question that says, which Twin Peaks actors were you closest to or still are closest to offset?
I don't get to say it. Everybody lives so many different places that I don't get to see them. You know, I've communicated with Richard on occasion, and Dana Ashbrook I've seen once or twice in different places. You know, and then I was on Gossip Girl with Imagine, you know, but we didn't have scenes together. And the only one I saw was Laura Flynn Boyle in a movie we did called Cafe Society. Well before Woody Allen's Cafe Society was another movie about a famous real case of a society guy who goes bad. And I played
Laura
her
Flynn
lawyer.
Boyle, that's a good one. I mean, it's hard to get
Yeah,
Laura
that
Flynn
was great.
Boyle. I've been trying to get Laura Flynn Boyle for years. I would love to interview her, and she's a sneaky one.
But Dana Ashbrook I've seen once or twice, and let me see who else. Grace, of course, we were on Wild at Heart together, but I'd like to see her very much. I haven't seen her. Grace
She
Zabriskie.
is so scary in Wild at Heart, and you had a front view of. I mean, that had to be insane to watch her work up to that scene with Harry Dean and everything.
Yeah, it was quite something, you know, the Harry Dean and her, and it was really amazing. And my wife Juliana reminded me that that's where Harry Dean forgave.
Diane Ladd. I can't think of
Diane Ladd. Thank you for.
I can't think of her character name, but
it was really an important scene, you know. And but Grace, tremendous, great graphic artist as well. I don't know if people know about that, but she does great graphic art. And the late Calvin Lockhart was in that, and Harry Dean, and I'll never forget the direction during his final moments there, because Harry Dean and David were into all kinds of mystic literature, and I think it's called The Autobiography of a Yogi. And it's a great book about saints across all spectrum of religious belief, different kinds of mystical people and saints, you know. And David just told Harry Dean to think about a saint leaving his body at the end, you know. And it really was amazing experience.
Well, you know, the last time I talked to you, I didn't remember you were in Malcolm X. And since then, I've seen Malcolm X, and I'm like, how did I forget that you were in that movie? And do you have any Spike Lee stories or anything from working on Malcolm X?
Malcolm X was amazing. And Ruth Carter did the costumes for it, you know, and I convinced Spike Lee, who's very budget conscious, that's right, Spike, to give me a ticket to go to Lansing, Michigan from New York to do research. And that's where Malcolm X grew up. And he was put in foster care, and he went to high school there. And I went to this it's a little town, Lansing. It's the capital of Michigan, but it's a little town. And I went to his old high school. I met his high school principal, who knew the character. My character was a composite, Mr. Ostrowski in Malcolm X. But the real character was known to the principal, of course, because they'd all read the book by then, you know. This was, when was that made? 92 or something like that. And so I was just walking down the street, and there was an old Italian guy sitting with his feet up on his front porch, and he was Malcolm X's classmate. And he had a book, and he showed it to me of photos, and we went to the copy store, and he let me copy some of the photos, because it was a football team, and they all had numbers, except for Malcolm. He had no number on his jersey. He was just the tallest kid there.
Huh.
And, you know, it was fantastic. And I went to the school, which, of course, is hugely diverse now. But, you know, back then it was, you know, it was very hard and racist town, you know, and I got to speak to the teachers and the kids at his school, you know. And so I came back with a bunch of very interesting stuff to show Denzel and Spike from this research trip that I took. And yeah, I really enjoyed being part of that, because it was I've done a lot of things, number of stage and film projects based in prison. And there's something about that experience that reminds me of Bible stories, and I just love the idea of people transforming themselves in the midst of the worst circumstances you can imagine, you know. Just lift themselves up on the bootstraps with nothing and make something of it.
Right.
Know? And that was his, you know, I like old Jimmy Cagney movies where he did stuff like that. I like, you know, the 60s social activists who went to prison and they saw the light suddenly and transformed themselves and became activists. And, you know, so, yeah, that book was, in my teenage years, was a big influence on me.
So I feel like we're getting a little reverb from you, but I think it went away, so I think we're okay. Are you ready?
Let me try something. Are you
going to do our second song now? It's time. You want to perform something else for us?
Yeah,
Now's
let's try
the
that.
time.
This is, I'll take a little sip of Twin Peaks coffee here. This is a poem by Patrick Kavanagh.
So there is a little bit of feedback when you're talking. I don't know if something changed, but when you're quiet, it's not there.
Can you hear me?
So.
Is it feeding now?
I just wonder what's going to happen when you play.
Let's see.
So yeah, there is something, but if we can't, I don't know. It just sort of came up. It's just a little reverb.
This is about Ireland, and it's a Patrick Kavanagh poem, and it was put to music by the Dubliners, great early Irish band. And is that true? Yeah. It was adapted from an old Irish tune by the Dubliners. On Raglan Road on an autumn day, I met her first and knew that her dark hair would be the snare that I might one day rue. I saw the danger, yet I walked along the enchanted way. And I said, let grief be a fallen leaf at the dawning of the day. On Grafton Street in November, we tripped lightly along the ledge of the deep ravine where can be seen the worth of passion's pledge. The Queen of Hearts still making tarts, and I not making hay. Oh, I love too much, and by such is happiness thrown away. I gave her gifts of the mind. I gave her the secret sign. known to the artists who have known true gods of sound and stone, and word and tint. I did not stint. I gave her poems to say, with her own name there and her own dark hair, like clouds over fields of May. On a quiet street where old ghosts meet, I see her walking now, away from me so hurriedly. My reason must allow that I had loved not as I should, a creature made of clay. When the angel woos the clay, he'd lose his wings at the dawn of day. There you are.
There's nothing you can't do, sir.
Raglan Road is a great place. Go visit it when you go to Dublin after all this awfulness is done.
You mean we're going to be allowed to leave our house? I've been told we're not. This is the rest of our lives. We just live here and this is it. Is that not it?
I don't think so.
Oh, you think we are going to be able to leave?
I think so. I think that they're going to let us free, finally.
I certainly hope so. You've just had an amazing career. Jerry Horn is one of those characters that people love so much. But even beyond that, you've done so much. You know, just to take this time is very kind of you. I really appreciate it.
Great pleasure, Scott. And who you got coming up?
Well, we've got the great Kimmy Robertson. We've got Lucy. She's next.
Oh, send her my love from New York City, Kimmy. I only met her once at the after party. Isn't that sick?
That's crazy.
We gotta meet up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, virtually we just all did. So,
okay.
I mean, we've got that. But stay safe in New York. I know it's a hot spot, you know, and I mean, your daughter was just adorable. If that didn't warm everyone's hearts, then to heck with them. To heck with them, I say.
Fantastic.
So
thanks, Scott.
I will
Appreciate
talk to you soon. Thank you so much. Bye, sir. Okay, so now we are on to the great Kimmy Roberts. Hello there, Kimmy Roberts. How are you? Son.
I'm good, Scott Ryan. Kimmy Roberts' son.
Yeah,
son.
I know. I can. Just give me a second because I have to add you in. Just hold on. It's just going to take a second. And you'll be in here. This is no big deal. FaceTime with Kimmy. Okay. Bring Kimmy on. Cut. And there we've got Kimmy. Almost. So how are you? You're on the screen.
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, I'm so good. And you are staying safe and everything?
I am. I'm in the mountains with my dog.
Well, that's the place to be. I mean, that's what's important.
And I found a signal. Because in the mountains, when it's cloudy, you get lots of phone signals and text signals, but FaceTime signals is a little sketchy.
You're FaceTiming, you're on screen, and you look adorable.
Oh, thank you.
And
how's it been going?
It's been going pretty good. We had one little snafu, but we covered quickly, and I'm sure no one even remembers it by now. Beyond that, it's just been perfect. So how are you
Do you want to
feeling?
see Zeke?
Yeah, let's see Zeke. We got to see Zeke.
Zeke? Can you see him?
Oh, yes. He's adorable.
Taking his nap.
Will he be jealous that Charlotte Stewart's dog was also on? Or, I mean, I don't know if that's going to upset Zeke.
Well, I won't mention it.
Okay, yeah, make sure Zeke doesn't know. And so how do you feel about the fact, this was my question for you. 30 years ago today was about 4 days before Twin Peaks would air, and your whole life would change. Can you remember what your life was like 30 years ago, right before Twin Peaks came on the air?
I can. Yes, I had just been in a new cottage that I rented. September 15th, 1989, I rented it. And so then, by the time that the show was airing, I had purchased a television and curtains and a chair and a stereo. And that's all the money I spent from Twin Peaks. I saved the rest because I was so nervous that I'd never ever work again. And then it aired Sunday night. And I think everybody knows what happened Monday because I've said it a million times. Right. Monday morning, my phone rang 3 times. The first call was a publicist who wanted to rep me. The second call was Hanna-Barbera, who wanted me to come in and audition for Pepper Ann, the role of Medusa. And the third call was David Letterman, his assistant, who said, well, we called David Lynch, he's busy. We called Kyle MacLachlan, he's busy. And so you are David Lynch's, David Letterman's third choice. And I screamed.
Hey, that's pretty good. You know, David Letterman is my favorite David, which I know saying that here is pretty dangerous. But Lynch is my second favorite David. But
wow.
I mean, Dave's my guy. So, and I remember watching you. What was it like to be on Letterman?
Well, I didn't get to go. I didn't get to go for like a year, I think, because one of the producers caught wind about it, and he didn't want me to go. So he said I had to work. So I went to work, and the whole sheriff's station was dark, and they were shooting something else, and I was just there not working. So then when I got to go, I mean, that was a dream since I was a kid. Johnny Carson, and then when David Letterman came along, I had those 2 dreams, and it was a dream come true. I remember standing backstage, and I noticed my legs were shaking, and my knees were knocking, and I went, I hope I do okay.
You were very funny, and Dave loved you. I have all of the Twin Peaks people on Letterman, and you were great.
Yeah, everybody did. Well, we all didn't really know what we were doing, but I think all of us that went on were excited to go.
And how are you, you know, this is such a strange time and things are crazy right now. How are you handling being in the house? Are you social distancing and doing all of that kind of stuff?
Well, actually, yeah, I was a little fuzzy on that, so I scrolled through and found a master class and social distancing. And I took that. It was only $24.99, and that really helped Zeke and I out.
Really? You actually paid somebody to learn about social distancing?
I paid $24.99 for Scott Ryan's master class on social distancing.
I find it hard to believe there's something about that. I feel like you're making this all up. But you had sent something over for me to play, so I'm going to click play. I don't know what it is, but we'll see.
Okay, do that.
Hi, I'm Scott Bryan, and this is my master class on social distancing. Welcome to my master class on social distancing. I'm here to save your life with it. Well, let's be sure your credit card clears first. And it has. Good. Now I will tell you tips. You've heard about washing your hands, staying 6 feet apart, all of those things. But no one tells you that these soaps are not for drinking. A great game I like to play is Someone's at the Door. A friend's here. I'll get it. No, it's a trap. You can't let anyone in. Ever. Ever. Don't be sad to be stuck in your house. You forgot you had a garage, didn't ya? I count this as going out for breakfast. Huff and Lysol will protect me. It's nice out here. One of the things we suggest here at the Social Distancing Masterclass is to no longer look at the news. 3 more weeks. There's no good news out there, and we're Americans. We've been uninformed for years. This guy says 4 more weeks. I'm certain that President Carter's taking care of us. Laura? You have to have household chores throughout the day. That's key. That's why I find myself stamping envelopes for the Blue Rose magazine. We don't have an issue for the rest of the year, but I'll stamp those son of a bitches all day long. I am Scott Bryan, and this is my masterclass in social distancing.
Okay, where's my credit card? It's only $24.99 for a social distancing Scott Ryan masterclass. All right, so Zeke, we're gonna practice the social door distancing thing. Cause like, what if the mailman came to the door or something? So let's see. Oh, somebody's come to visit us. Hi, Steffi. How are you? Oh, yeah, 15 minutes ago we talked? It seems like so much longer ago. Hello? Oh, was it only 20 minutes ago I called you? Keep doing that. I don't know how they get away so fast. Huh. Breakfast in the garage. He said that we were supposed to do that. Made it seem like we're going out to breakfast. We're supposed to be socially distant. Oh, honey, that's not 6 feet away. I don't know who keeps knocking on my door, but this is not what you call social distancing.
I'm Scott Bryan, and this is my masterclass on social distancing. Well, wasn't that fun? That was, you paid $24.99 for that?
Oh, yes.
Thank you for helping me out with our little comedy skit. Didn't we have fun making that?
Yes. My sister helped too.
Yes, because of course we would not have, and my daughter filmed as well. So, because we're not going to bring people in, we're staying safe and everything, and just wanted to make people laugh. Now, I think people should tomorrow take picture having breakfast in their garage, and they can tag Kimmy and I, and we'll see people eating breakfast in their garage because it's like going out for breakfast.
Absolutely. It is technically going out of the house for breakfast.
Yeah. I mean, I think so. So, I wonder what other people do when they're
doesn't
quarantined.
Who doesn't love sitting on the garage floor, right?
Yeah. And Zeke, what an actor.
Oh boy, yes, he is.
Oh my goodness. So we have some questions for you. Caitlin,
Okay, I might have that answer.
Caitlin wants to know what kind of dog you have. So Zeke again.
He is a well, of course. He's a miniature Australian Shepherd, although he's much smaller than most miniatures. He was the runt of the litter, and his brother and sister were twice as big as him.
Very good.
That's what he is.
Okay. So this says from maybe Maya Hellman. I'm sure I butchered that name. Kimmy, what was your favorite Lucy scene?
His favorite Lucy scene of all time, I guess it would have to be the gun scene.
Yeah.
Where I shot the gun.
Really? That surprises me that was your favorite. Were you nervous to do it, or you were happy to pull the trigger?
Both. I didn't do it very well because I'm not that. I mean, I know how to shoot a rifle. I do have rifles, but I had never really shot a gun like that except when I was a kid, and it was a toy gun. But in the original, the first two seasons, I had so many favorites. I really enjoyed stuff like when Andy put Post-its everywhere and when he was practicing rappelling, that kind of stuff. Those scenes are my favorite. The goofy ones.
Susanna Miller says, which chair was better, red or tan?
Oh, red.
Red? I don't... Why is the red chair better?
Because it's red.
Oh.
Duh.
Okay. That's actually one of my favorite scenes in season 3 because it is about kindness and adapting, and it really is a good scene.
Andy loves Lucy, and Lucy loves Andy. And they're kind to each other.
Exactly. And then we have from Michael Connor, how did you keep a straight face during the scene with Michael Cera?
I knew that was coming. I knew that question was coming next. It was hard. I was facing away from the camera some of the time. But everyone on the set had a very hard time keeping a straight face. Except one thing that helped us is we knew he had a lot of dialogue. And so we were like focusing on his dialogue for him to help him. That helped.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, what great casting. I wish he would have been in it a little bit more. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more of that.
Me too.
Yeah, and this morning, I know you were just about to start filming season 4 with Michael Cera and Harry Goes. Everyone knows you say goes, not go as. Everyone knows that.
Right.
And you were just about to film season 4. Boom, this all happened. Now you're social distancing. You can't do it.
Right. Sure. Let's say that's true,
Yeah,
okay?
it's the damn master class that did it. Speaking of, Bino Rojo says, Kimmy, what would you like Lucy to be up to if there was a season 4?
Oh, well, she has her new craft room since their son is on the road. So obviously, I think Lucy should be up to craft things involving yarn and hot glue and walls and cardboard and beads.
Okay. Well, that could maybe be Charlotte Stewart's room because you just basically described what Charlotte Stewart's workroom looked like. Maybe it would
Yeah,
be
we
there.
could shoot it there then.
Sally Anderson asks, what was the Miss Twin Peaks jazz dance scene like for you, which listeners could use? That's the music I used in our little bit because I thought it was a good homage to Lucy. What was that like for you?
Well, before we shot that, Mark Frost and David Lynch were staring at me down the hall in the sheriff's station, and I was at my desk, and they kept looking at me and laughing and talking and twittering, and I went, uh-oh. When they started walking towards me, I said, oh, no. And then they said, Lucy, how would you feel if we asked you to dance on the show? And then they explained the Miss Twin Peaks contest and stuff, and I said, would it be real dancing or Disney dancing? And they said, oh, Disney dancing for sure. And I said, okay, I'll do it. And they said, okay, would you mind choreographing it too? He said, okay. And so that night I went home and I put on Mac the Knife and I did my best Disney dancing, which is all those goofy steps that I really don't like any of those steps, and that's why I used them.
And Lucy was pregnant.
Also,
should she have been doing that while she was pregnant? I mean, are we sure this was okay?
Well, Lucy wanted to win, and she had no idea sex appeal was going to be part of the contest. If she had, she probably would have worn see-through tights or see-through leotard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. That would have changed ABC's feelings. I'm sure they would have loved it.
I doubt it. It would have been me.
Avi Pitchon. I'm like, what if I was a school teacher? The kids would hate me because I can't pronounce anyone's names. But who cares? Did you know Frank Silva, and what was he like off screen?
I did know him. He was the sweetest, kindest man you could ever imagine. Very loving, very quiet, very nice.
So was he not scary to you? When you see Bob on screen, do you think, this is silly, that guy's so nice?
Oh, no, Bob scares me. Bob scares me, but Frank did not. Not at all.
Mm-hmm. Did the jewelry, this is from Marcia Henderson, did the jewelry Lucy wears, were those yours or were they the set dressers?
A little bit of both, mostly set dressing. There was a couple of things, like some earrings that I had that had, were gold maple leaves with a piece of redwood in the middle. Those were mine. Everything else pretty much was theirs. Every now and then I would bring in some earrings and they liked them.
Mm-hmm.
But I get asked that a lot.
And you know, I feel horrible. I've seen Twin Peaks a million times. I couldn't tell you if Lucy wears jewelry or not. That's the difference between men and women. Like, I have no idea.
Do you know that she wears sweaters, Scott?
Yes, I do know that. And I think she answered a phone once, right?
She what?
Answered a phone, I think. Answered a phone, I believe.
Yeah.
So, see, I know some things. I don't understand jewelry and women because men don't notice the jewelry.
Well, some men do.
Oh, so you're...
I've had men asking questions about the jewelry. It just depends.
So I'm just a jerk.
I don't think you need to beat yourself up about this one, Scott, because you're not supposed to notice the jewelry necessarily. You're supposed to be focusing on the story.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm doing it right.
Yeah.
And then here's one about the wardrobe. Did you get to choose your own cardigans? Asks Debbie Allen.
No, I didn't get to choose my own cardigan. In the third season, I did do something that was naughty. The pink cardigan that I wear quite often is pink with a collar, and it has like geometric patterns on it. It looks sort of like donuts. I went to my fitting, and we kept putting stuff on Nancy, put an outfit on me. Then we'd march up to David Lynch's office. We'd walk in, and he'd go, "No, that's not Lucy." Then we go back and put something else on and do that about 1,000 times. And I kept saying, "Can't I try this sweater on? Can I please try this sweater on? I love it so much." "No," Nancy said. "At the end, when we're done, I'll maybe let you try the sweater on." So I had on a pink skirt, and she had me try something else on, but she got a phone call from Brian Ferry. And so she was talking to Brian Ferry because she was doing a music video, and she turned her back on me, and I said, "I'm going to try the pink sweater on now, okay, Nancy? Nancy?" And she went. So I tried it on, and then she hung up the phone right as I buttoned the top button, and she turned around, and I bolted and ran up to David Lynch's office, and she ran after me. "No, that's for somebody else." And I burst into his office, and he went, "Lucy, there you are, finally."
Who else would have worn that but Lucy? I mean...
I don't know.
I mean, maybe Mr. C. I don't know.
Probably, yeah.
This is from David Klassfeld. Who do you think is Wally's biological father?
Andy.
Yeah, because you use protection with Dick. Everyone knows that.
Yeah.
You know, I've been doing this for a couple hours, and I might be losing it. But I mean, yeah. Okay, so now we have from Deborah Garrett. Who did you want to do scenes with that you never got to in Twin Peaks? Is there anyone that you never got to do a scene with that you wish you could have?
Oh, Peggy. I don't remember doing a scene with Peggy Lipton much. I mean, where we talked.
Mm-hmm.
She was in. We were in scenes together. But it would have been cool if she came into the sheriff's station for something. I would have liked that a lot.
Yeah, I mean.
But actually, yeah. I don't really think that way. So that's the only person that leapt to mind.
Mm-hmm.
I really loved doing stuff with Don Davis. I loved when he would be in there, and Dana.
Mm-hmm.
Dana Ashbrook.
Yeah, I mean, I never really considered the fact that Lucy is not in the Double R that much. You go on the one date with Dick, but you weren't even really in that set very much.
No, I was in it in real life quite often.
Mm-hmm.
But because it was right next door to the sheriff's station set. But no, I wasn't very often.
Yeah. And so we have a question from Sally that says, were you surprised when you saw Kyle as Mr. C on set, or did you already know to expect that?
None of us knew to expect anything except that there might be the chance that the sun would come up that morning. That was it. So I was standing in my little cubicle, and he came in through the front doors, and he was dressed as Mr. C, and he went, "Lucy!" Kyle said, "Lucy!" And he came around and he goes, "Kimmy, look at you! You haven't changed at all!" And we hugged, and then I went, "You're filthy.
That's
and
awesome.
then they told me that I wasn't allowed to say that until after the show aired. So,
Well, that makes sense. I mean, was it hard to keep that secret for so long? I mean, does it seem silly to you? The, you know, how you're never allowed to talk about anything and the show has been, like, you filmed probably 4 or 5 years ago by now. And there's still stuff you can't talk. Or does that excite you because it means you're in something? Look, I gave you the answer out.
it's just part of the job. I don't feel one way or another about it. I just know that if you sign an NDA, you can't talk about it, and I didn't want to ruin it for everybody.
Right.
And I don't know. You just do what you're told. I was a ballet dancer before I was an actor, so I had a lot of rules then that I had to follow, so I'm good at following rules that you don't understand, I guess.
Right, unless it's about a pink sweater, in which case, screw everyone.
That was a fight that I had to fight.
Yeah, it was just a Lucy fight.
Lucy's entire wardrobe was at stake.
And I think it was a great idea. So what are you doing in your seclusion? I mean, how are you handling this?
Fine. I'm mostly alone all the time anyway. I don't know what the fuss is all about, but it's not that different to me than regular life. And it feels like a sabbatical. Only everyone in the world is on it with me. So I'm enjoying it a lot. I'm enjoying how peaceful the airwaves are. The air is like not staticky with emotions and people being busy doing a bunch of crap that's not necessary, but they think it is. And I'm very much enjoying the opportunity to do nothing except like stuff like this. It reminds me of college.
Well, I kind of feel like everyone has to live my life because I work from home, I'm a writer, and I'm doing all this stuff. And so I just feel like, and everyone's losing their mind and they're learning what it's like to be me.
You know what I heard? Yes, you're right. That's right. Because actors, we audition from home now, too. I mean, we have been for several years doing self-tapes and voiceovers from home. So it's not that different. But I also heard that a lot of people have been adopting dogs. People have never had dogs before, have been adopting them for something to do. And I've heard that they're really enjoying that, which is really cool. That's a good thing.
So I need to help John Pirruccello get in here. I'm going to let you take over the show. Okay? So entertain everyone with a story, okay? You're on.
A story. Okay. So I was driving up to the mountains yesterday with my dog, and I was almost here, and the little light on my car said, "There's a problem with your suspension, but you may keep driving." It's a German car. So I kept driving, and I went, no, I'm just going to pull into this little weird parking lot that's in the middle of nowhere. And I got out of the car, and I noticed that the brand new tire that I got last Monday was flat, or getting flat. So I called AAA. Then they had to connect me to the local AAA. Then a really nice boy named Garrett, who looks like a model, he's like 6'5", and very handsome, came down and put my spare on.
Very good.
And that's what we did. So it was a scary situation that was easy because AAA sent a cute guy to change my tire.
Well, that's their new motto, I think. They'll send out cute guys to do things. That's going to be the new way, because you can't go out to meet the cute guys. So,
They send them, AAA sends them to you.
right, that's going to be the new way. I mean, so you called John Pirruccello, you call him John Chad, right? That's your nickname for John?
Yes, that's my personal nickname for him, John Chad. Nobody else is allowed to use that.
Oh, I wasn't going to use it. I just was...
not his name.
Oh.
It's the only reason I gave him that nickname was on the set. Somebody said, Kimmy, I'd like you to meet John blah, blah. And I went, nice to meet you. And then they said, he plays Chad. I said, nice to meet you, John Chad. And that was that. Because they said his last name so fast, and I had never heard that kind of last name before. And so in that very, very beginning moment is where that was born.
Well, I love
Obviously,
it.
by the next 5 minutes, I knew what his real last name was.
John Chad is good enough. Well, John has joined us, so I'm going to let you go. And thank you so much for being a part of the video and everything. Everyone loves Lucy, and you're wonderful.
Bye.
Hello, John. How are you? Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Well, how come I'm hearing me and you too?
Well, do you still have Facebook open?
I do on my computer. Hang on a second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, that might be the reason, because we are we're a little behind. So he's gonna close down his computer and we're gonna do this thing. I think it's weird that I can never just make it on me when there's someone else there. I know I'm talking to you. I know I'm live on the air.
All right, I did it. I closed my computer down and I put this. Here's this in case you forget my name.
Yeah. So you, sir, in the front, Mr. John Pirruccello. You, sir. I'm gonna call on you.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah.
Welcome to the show, sir.
Oh, well, thanks for having me.
Well, it's been fun. We're a couple hours into this thing. Oh, he's gonna play something. Another musical performance.
I have some theme music. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. No. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Boom. In love. I was inspired by Mr. Kelly. That was quite inspiring. I just was inspired to pick up the ukulele.
And you just learned it right now.
Recently. Well, yeah, I learned it. I guess that's the stretch, but sure, I did that.
Well, later,
and I wanted to answer a couple of the David Kelly questions.
Okay, yeah, please do.
My favorite Jerry Horn moment is Maresy Dotes and Dozy Dotes and Little Lambsy Divey when he does the snake.
Oh yeah,
that is the coolest thing in the world. He's the baguette is fantastic, but that whole scene is magical to me. Like how that starts and what it turns into, and the arc of that is mind blowing to me. And my favorite, it might be one of my favorite lines in all movies of all time, anywhere, by any character. But in 48 Hours, when Luther goes to pick up the Porsche that's got all the money in it, and he's got the ticket, and he has obtained the ticket, and the car's been sitting there for 2 or 3 years or whatever, while Axel? No, that's the other movie. That's 49. Anyway, Eddie Murphy's character has been in jail, right? So the car's been sitting there, there's dust all over it, and he goes and gives the ticket to the guy, and the guy looks at the ticket and goes, this ticket is like 2 years old. And he goes, I've been busy. And it's one of my favorite, just sort of like don't fucking question me. Just get the goddamn car. You know, like I have the ticket, go get the car. Don't disrupt me. So anyway,
isn't it incredible how these movies that you see over and over again, how that dialogue comes into our lives and we really think about it. Like, I don't know if when they're making movies today, they're considering that you're going to watch them over and over again and you're going to say, I'm busy.
No, I think if you were thinking about stuff like that, then you're going to make shitty movies, you know? I mean, if what you're trying to do is come up with a catchphrase or come up with, come up with something, you're trying to make the whole movie memorable, right? So, like, every moment is just as important to you while you're making it as any other moment. There's no, if the moment's not important, then you're not, in your mind, then you're not putting it in there, right? Only the important moments are in the movie. You know, by the time you get to where you're projecting a movie in a theater, you know, it's been written, it's been acted, it's been shot, it's been edited, you know, like you've honed it down to where there's only stuff in there that you absolutely want to be in there. So that's my opinion.
It's a very good one. You know, you are in the two greatest shows of the new millennium, if this is a millennium. I don't remember anymore. Of course, Twin Peaks has part 8. You're not actually in part 8, but, you know, you're in that, so it counts, because it's a thing. The second greatest thing is the Lily episode of Barry.
Now listen, hang on, Scott, before we go any further. I forgot to say this at the beginning. For the love of the God as you know him, please don't go anywhere near any spoilers. Please. I'm begging you.
Oh, on Barry?
On anything. Like when you were spoiling Fenn's thing, you know, like don't do that. That's God bless you. But it's
well, it's true. I didn't necessarily spoil anything.
I know we can move on.
But anyway, I know I understand what you're saying. I was just about to spoil it more by proving how I didn't spoil something. But you know what? I'll just take it. I was really trying to compliment Sherilyn that I was watching a show just for her.
I know, and you have a great big heart, and you're a wonderful person.
Nah, and I'm honored. There's no data for that. There's no data to back that. But I'm not going to spoil Barry. But I'm just saying that episode is incredible.
Mathematically prove it. Oh, sorry.
No, well, we're just so excited to talk. No, that Barry episode is incredible with that little girl. That's not spoiling anything. It's just amazing.
And actually, I'm glad that you're comparing it to 8, because I do the same thing. I compare that episode. I think that's a wonderful comparison. That Barry's season 2 episode 5 is the Twin Peaks 8. You know, because it came first. And right. I don't know if people know this or not, but Bill Hader wrote and directed that episode himself. Like that's a full-on Bill Hader joint.
No, and, well, I don't know. Now I don't know what I'm supposed to say and what I'm not supposed to say. But when I was watching it, I thought for sure Hero directed it.
I'm such an asshole.
The
last thing I want is for you to feel uncomfortable, because you make me feel so comfortable.
You could never make me feel uncomfortable. I love any kind. This is exactly what I'm looking for. No, I'm just saying I thought Hero directed it the whole time I was watching it, and then when it was Hader, I'm like, oh my gosh, I felt bad for not assuming it was Bill Hader. I mean, it just is amazing.
No, I think that's kind of a testament to where he's come from really who he is as an artist, and what we can, how we see him now. Like he's been on that trajectory from the time he was a PA, like on the set talking about how he's going to be on.
I don't like that you call him a peon, because there's different jobs, and if he started little and he was a peon in that smaller job, I don't think that's fair to call him a peon.
I mean, at that point in time, he was a peon, and PAs are they're not even really like people. So it's not. There's nothing insulting about it. They're less than people, and their job is to do whatever is asked of them. And especially if an important person like an actor asks them, they're supposed to drop everything and do it, and maybe even bow a little bit before they go do it, and use sir a lot.
Right. Yeah. I mean, of course.
That's how it works. Here's the thing, man. The whole thing's not going to work unless everybody kind of plays their role,
Right. I think that's totally true. Now, you have as your Twitter icon Super Dave Osborne, which to me is the Smothers Brothers. But I don't know if you go back to the Smothers Brothers, or do you?
Yeah, he was. I don't go back to them, but yes, of course. Well, I don't know when they were on, but I've absolutely loved the Smothers Brothers. It's funny when you have kids too. You realize when all of a sudden they've got like a, Ziggy Stardust on, and you're like, what the fuck? How do you? And it's like, well, of course, because you can go back and see what your parents are doing, and then kind of research that. And so, I love the Smothers Brothers, and I can't remember whether I was watching them live or not, but I certainly watched the Smothers Brothers, and he was that. The one I remember is he was a motorcycle cop, right?
Yeah,
and
Officer Judy.
One I remember is when he pulled over Liberace for playing too fast.
Yeah, and he's in Curb Your Enthusiasm, which I would like to see you get on Curb, and I bet you hate when people tell that to you, because you're like, yeah, I would like to be on Curb too.
I think you should say that as often as possible to as many people as possible. I have no problem with that, pushing that agenda.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be great on a Curb.
Well, to me, Curb is for an improviser, and that's. I mean, I did a little bit of stand-up and obviously acting when I was coming up, but improv is where I lived. I mean, that's what I am as an improviser. And so when Curb happened, and then some friends of mine got on it, like Steve Kieran got on it, and I found out that they would like hand you a strip of paper, and it would just say, you want to get Larry to give you permission to leave or whatever, just that you have some sort of basic agenda in the scene, and that's your script. So as an improviser, this was almost like, hey, we've finally been recognized, like what we do is now in the mainstream, and is because what's it called, Whose Line Is It Anyway, as entertaining as it was, improvisers watch that and they don't see improv, right? Like an improviser watches that and they know that it's edited and all of the mistakes are taken out, and so on and so forth. The same with Curb Your Enthusiasm, obviously. But the idea that what would normally be a scripted show is completely improvised. Just like when Christopher Guest started, made Spinal Tap and then started making all those movies. We consider that a win. As improvisers, we consider that winning,
Well,
anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to see you get on there, and you could be a Funkhauser, because you have him as your icon, and he, of course, played Marty Funkhauser. He's no longer with us. Bob Einstein, what a great comic, and I don't know. Okay,
Super Dave Osborne, and Andy Kaufman were like my heroes when I was a kid, and so, or when I was younger. Those guys mesmerized me. They're like mostly when Einstein would go on like Letterman, and he would do interviews, and Letterman would like try to be a smartass or whatever, and he would just go, he would just like just totally stone-faced him. as Letterman laughed and giggled and stuff, he would never fucking break. Never, ever, 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 ever broke. And so that was mostly, and obviously all of his Super Dave Osborne, where the end of the skit is always the same. No matter what, every Super Dave Osborne skit ends the same. But that's the enjoyment of it. You know where it's going, and the anticipation of where it's going is what is thrilling to you. And and then Kaufman, just not being able to tell what's real and what's not real. I mean, Einstein did that with me too. It was like I could not tell, like when he was on there on Letterman doing performance art, and not being like a guest, being interviewed and talking about stupid shit that they like I'm doing right now.
Yeah, and now I'm starting to think you could have prepared something. Oh, you did. You did the ukulele.
Come on, man. I played my ukulele very poorly for you. You're welcome.
Yes, you did. Okay.
And if you compare that to what David did, it gets even worse.
Right.
And so, I've now made David look even better. So you're welcome.
I mean, he's a pretty good guy. Okay, so we've got some questions for you.
Okay.
And I'm going to start in the toilet with this one. That's where we're starting.
Do you want me to give my answers before the question, or should I wait for the question?
On the first one, give your answer before.
Okay, green, because I'm a Libra.
Okay, and the question was, what does Chad read on the toilet at the Twin Peaks Sheriff Station? So his horoscope, I guess.
Hold on. People are like, come on, guys. Don't communicate with me while I'm on the show.
That means they're not watching the show, jerks.
Exactly. That is such a great question, because there is a real... Oh, no, there's not a real answer. What? I'm never on the toilet in there. So
you're saying Chad never goes to the bathroom?
Well, no, but I mean, you never see that. But there was a book. Because I was going into the bathroom to go to the bathroom, and I actually was carrying a book. And I wish to God I could remember what that book was, but I feel like it was. In the lunchroom, I was reading like Guns and Ammo. I think was. And actually, I remember at one point I was sitting there eating, and I'm reading Guns and Ammo, and I kept chuckling at Guns and Ammo because I thought that I was making a joke, like, haha, aren't I funny that Chad is giggling at Guns and Ammo. And David was like, don't laugh. He's like, don't laugh. You're reading a magazine. Don't laugh. And I was like, you're right. I'm being a smart ass right now. I should probably just act right now instead of being a smart ass. But I wish I could remember what that book was. And there was a moment in time where I did know, and now I don't know. So I'm sorry.
That's
I feel like it was like a philosophy book of some kind.
Okay.
That's my vague recollection.
So from Nick Monroe, we have, how amazing was it to work with the late, great Robert Forrester?
Oh. Now you're going to make me sad. It was amazing. He, oh man. That guy, I'll tell you a quick little story. So we were shooting, first of all, just on a, God, there's so much I could tell you. Just like when I first met him, and on set, the first time I met him, he was sitting there when I first arrived at the station, like directly from the airport. He was in there with Harry and Kimmy, and he was sitting there, and I was like, oh shit, man, that's Bob Forster, for God's sakes. And because I had no idea who was going to be on the show, and he was very nice to me. And but then when I came back to work, he goes, oh, hey, hang on a second, I have stuff. Where is it? I have something for you. And he went and he gave me a box, and it had a letter opener in it. And he gave all the actors letter openers who he was working with. And it was like as soon as he saw me, like, that's what occurred to him. Oh, wow, I need to give you that gift. And I cherish that letter opener. It's wonderful. It's in my desk. but my quick, and then we stayed in the same hotel, so I had breakfast with him a couple of times. He's just an absolutely wonderful, lovely guy, and I'm certainly a better actor for having worked with him, unquestionably. And the quick little acting story is that I think it might be when you first meet Chad in the room in the station when Bob comes in and says the thing about the kid committing suicide, right? And so you find me leaning against my desk, saying like, that was me. That was before that. I'm sorry. Before that, he says this arrest happens, right, to Jody. What's Jody's character's name? The switchboard operator.
It was Frank, I think. No, I couldn't think of it. But we know who you're talking about. The lady who runs the new Lucy.
So he comes in and talks to her. He comes in and talks to Jody and says, "What's going on?" Well, there was this arrest for DUI, and then I'm like, "Hey, that's me," because Chad's self-centered and wants everybody to give him credit, and so I then had to say he blew a .20, which I just said correctly just now. But on the day, I kept screwing that up. It's at the end of the line, and I kept saying it a 2.0, and I would go. And finally, after about the third time, I walked out into the middle of the room, and I looked over at Lynch, David Lynch, and I was like, "What the fuck?" And he's laughing. He's like, "You'll get it. Just go back and do it again." And I'm like, why on earth can I not say? I mean, I am mildly dyslexic, so I could blame it on that, but it's nutty that I couldn't say this simple thing. And I look over, and Forrester and Jody were both looking at me with this just absolute support. They were completely with me. And Bob goes, see him blowing into the breathalyzer. And Jody goes, and just quietly, they said that quietly, it was intimate. Like, we're across the room, but there was just this intimate thing. And I was like, fuck, of course. I mean, at this point, all I'm thinking about is the line.
Right.
And they're like, hey, remember to act, just be there, act. And it was the most beautiful thing. I can see it like it's yesterday. And it's a touchstone for me. Anytime I start to get in my head and start to be just focused on, like, I got to get these words out or whatever, I go back to the two of them. He started it. Like, he's the one that was like, just see it, see him doing it. Anyway, absolutely wonderful, beautiful guy, and I feel privileged to have spent time working with him.
This is kind of an interesting question. So we're going to give you this one. It says, what are 3 dream roles you would want to do? Past or present, male or female, and any age. I mean, that's a wide open question for you.
Okay, I would like to have played the baby at the baptism in The Godfather that Sofia Coppola played. And I would like to play Richard Horne's bastard great-great-grandson who runs a comic book store now in Twin Peaks, and I would like to play myself better than I do.
Ooh.
At this age.
Well, only you have control over that, sir.
Do I? Is that the secret? Do I actually have control over that? God, I wish I
it's all on you. Sorry.
Well, thanks for reminding me, Scott. I appreciate it.
I'm here to help you.
You really are. You really are.
Mario asks, is there stuff we haven't seen yet that was shot for season 3? So did you film scenes that got cut or anything?
I've gotten this question before, and I don't know what to do with that question because, and I wonder if Mario's one of the people that's asked it to me before. Like first and foremost, I don't think so. And secondly, I think if it's not in the show, it doesn't exist, you know. And I think that what's kind of like what I was saying earlier is that what's in the show is what Mark and David want the show to look like, and so anything else that happened, that would almost be like saying, you know. I think what I've said before is it's kind of like asking a magician's assistant. That's what it's like. It's like asking a magician's assistant how the magician does the trick. That's what it's like. Okay. And I have no interest in doing that. And I'm grateful for the interest that Mario has. I feel privileged that he's so interested in the show that he wants to go that deep into it. But I think that you'll never get you could watch that show over and over and over again, and you will never get it all just watching what you're seeing. So my suggestion would be to go back and watch season 3 again and look for things that you haven't seen in the show before, rather than worrying about what might have gone on to make it.
So you think that if you watch season 3 again, missing pieces could show up in it? You think it's a magic DVD and we should look for missing pieces? That's what I got from your answer. I don't know what you said, but that's what I'm going with. John says there are scenes, the more you watch the DVD, they unlock. They're in there. They will just unlock because it knows you watched it before. Really great. We're breaking news.
Oh my God! There is so much great stuff. So much great extra stuff on that Blu-ray.
No, that is true.
My two favorite things are David P. Kelly playing the mandolin for David Lynch, and when Eric Edelson when you know what I'm talking about when David Lynch says, get that guy with the laugh, when you like see Edelson get his role, like, I think that was kind of mind blowing. Like, whoa, there he is getting the role, like right there, and they're filming it. How about that? I think Joanna's like, well, could there be 3 of them or something like that?
Right.
He's like, yeah, sure, right? Isn't it something like that?
Yeah. And then Sabrina really is laughing. It is a very nice scene. So
yeah.
Jen Ryan has a question.
Wait a minute. That name sounds familiar. Is that a... hold on a second.
Yeah, there's a little nepotism going on here. She's... I don't know. She wants to know, have you ever seen the Chad video that Steve Lang created? I'm Chad, you know it.
Are you kidding me? It's one of the greatest things I've ever seen on the internet, like period. It was, I've watched it multiple times. I've posted it and reposted it on my Facebook page. I think it's a work of art. It's a masterpiece, and I love it.
So it's part 8, the Ron Lilly, Chad video. Those are...
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's sort of like... I'm sort of extra impressed when somebody can put something together without the sort of resources that, like that we had for Twin Peaks. Like that's, there's a lot of resources going on there, and it but it reminds me that you can make something really cool with nothing. You can point a camera kind of like you're doing right now, and like you did with your great sketches that you did, your opening and your sketch with Kimmy, what did those cost you? I mean, right?
Dignity.
I mean, it just it just remind a thing like that as an artist, I see like what he did with the Chad video, and Steven did, and it warms my heart as an artist. How about that?
I love it. We have some surprise guests that are coming on here, but because...
Are we done?
Yeah, we're about done. We're supposed to be done now, but because we're such good friends, I think you are going to cover for me for just a couple minutes. I'm going to put you on screen. You're going to entertain people. Okay?
Okay.
I'm gonna.
I have some things I can do.
Yeah,
I walked around
I want you to entertain
my house,
people.
and I go ahead.
All right, go ahead.
All right. Well, don't come back and kick me off real quick. I mean, let me finish up if I'm in the middle of something.
No, you're
Or
fine.
not.
You're fine. You're fine. You got time. You got it. Entertain America.
Thanks, Scott. All right. Am I on?
Yep, you're on.
Here, I'll push my thing so I'm full here. Okay, so this is a log that I stole, kind of like what Scott did. It was at the Twin Peaks premiere. They had these lying around, and when the whole thing was over, somebody said, hey, can I take one of those? And they're like, yeah, sure, take one of those. So I have this log that says, my log has something to tell you. I think it's backwards there. This is something I got from Sean Nutting and Chris Bowen, who do the Cult of Chad. This was at I think the second Twin Peaks festival that I went to, the first or second one. But anyway, they brought this there, and they signed it. So great. And I have I have this one. I have this free Chad. These are all things like I was so inspired by Charlotte because Charlotte had all that stuff in the show. I was like, oh man, I should run around the house and see what I have. Here's something Jill Watson gave me, a beautiful little pyramid with, you can see there's a little pine cone in there. Pretty cool. Here's something Kimmy gave me. Kimmy gave me this. Kimmy was dating one of the Devo guys. This is like an old school OG Devo button that's really from the day. Booyah. George gave me that. I got that. Let's see. I got a bunch of crap here. Oh, then that's how I'm going to end because I was inspired by David. Is there anything else in here? What else is in here?
That is wonderful.
Is that it?
I mean, those are great things, and I appreciate you sharing that. Because pretty soon I was gonna redo Tom Hanks' League of Their Own scene. Thank you so much for joining and doing this, and I appreciate everything you do. You're entertaining, and we appreciate Chad in all things.
I'm so grateful. I appreciate you too, Scott. All of your magazine's wonderful, and all of your attention to us. And you're just a lovely guy. And I'm grateful that you had me on your show. And I'm going to end it like David did because you so inspired me. Didn't he do that?
Yeah. Yes, you got it.
Yes, yeah, he did that.
You got it.
That's great, John. Yikes! Get him off.
I don't know how to disconnect you, so you get to hang up.
Oh, okay.
So you get to cut yourself.
Okay. Crap. I guess. Here, I'll do this. I'll go. I think it's right here.
So there we go. So those are all our announced guests, and it's funny that I still have him up there, and it just does not let me. I really don't know how to stop him, but we might just have his finger up there forever. But what are we going to do? So, as some of you know, I promised you some surprise guests. And we're going to try to get one now. For some reason, the FaceTimey thing is not... Oh, that's because I'm on audio. Come on. There we go. Give me just a second here. Okay, my surprise guests, don't say anything yet because you're not on screen yet. Because I have to fix it. So just hold there for a second. And we're going to bring you in a moment. Because when I FaceTime someone new, I have to add a new FaceTime thing. And that makes people wonder, who's the surprise guest going to be? They're guessing who it's going to be. Oh, I think I know. No, I think I know. And here we go. You can talk. Hello, Rebekah Del Rio.
Hello, Scott. Thank you for having me.
No.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us. You are so awesome. You contacted me and said, if we're doing this, you want to be a part of it. And that was very sweet of you.
Of course, anything to help the people out there we're all struggling right now, and we're all hopefully doing the right thing and staying home, and that can be lonely. And you know, us Twin Peaks fans, we love to see and travel and go and experience the Twin Peaks cast and all the things that are being offered. Like this weekend, that we were going to be doing the Graceland thing, and we can't. So if I can do anything to help anyone, well, then I'm on board.
Well, I appreciate it, and I'm sure everyone else does too. So you told me you were in Nashville. Are you recording a new album?
Yes, I am. I am recording some new music that I plan on putting on a vinyl. It was my very first vinyl. I'm really excited about it.
I love vinyl music. I'm a big vinyl fan. I'm excited to hear that. Are you writing all the songs, or are you doing standards, or what's the idea?
You know what? I am writing a lot of the songs, and I am going to be putting a couple of cover songs on there that mean the world to me. And I just want to share my version of them, and hopefully will be inspiring to people, especially right now. The couple of songs that I planned on doing and that I was recording in Los Angeles right before the pandemic was announced, I really wanted it to be something that people could be inspired by, and I think even more now it may work. So I'm hoping that I can release it soon. And if I may, Scott, I do want to just again say that it is a pleasure to be here with you and to be with all the beautiful people that are online right now. I want you to know that my heart is with you. We're all in this together, and you're doing the right thing. You're staying home. We're just doing this for humanity, and it's important. And I know that it's scary. We're all scared. But if we do it together, we can get through this. And I know that with love and kindness and music and understanding, and we can do it together. So I just want to make sure that everyone knows that I'm thinking about you right now.
Oh, that's very sweet of you. And I think that's really what average people are doing, and that's what makes it great, because whether our leaders, that's no concern for us. It's what do we do as people, what can we do in the day, and we just have to do what's right. So I'm curious, who inspired you as a singer when you were younger? What kind of music were you listening to that led you to where you are now?
Oh, that's actually a really good question. And I'm actually glad that I didn't get all these questions before, because then I can just come up with the top of my head and then make mistakes. No,
I've been making a ton of them today. It's fine. Bring it on.
I'm playing. So I was very fortunate to have been raised by Mexican-American parents, so I was able to listen to a lot of music that maybe some people weren't exposed to growing up, and some of that music were great singers from Mexico, and even great singers from here that would do Spanish music like Vicky Carr, and I loved that music, and I also loved listening to country, because originally I was a country singer, which is another reason why I'm in Nashville. I lived here when I had a record deal, and I loved being here. And some of that music that inspired me was, of course, Patsy Cline, and I love Tammy Wynette, and just every old school country artist, and then including the Spanish, which made my repertoire well-rounded. And then like Linda Ronstadt, I love Linda Ronstadt, and like her daddy used to expose her to Spanish music too, and big band. And same with me. I love big band, old school, the American Songbook. I love all that. So that kind of just shaped the way I think the way I was raised as a musician. So, and I think I put all of that inside the songs that I write, and of course the songs that I perform.
Mm-hmm. If you were going to sing a Cole Porter song, what Cole Porter song would you sing?
Cole Porter? Wow, that's a good question. Let me see. I wonder if I've done a couple of them already. Now my mind is scrambling. Which Cole Porter song? Now, if you ask me Agustin Lara, that would be different. And let me see. Will you tell me your favorite one, and I'll sing it?
Well, I really like Anything Goes. Do you know? In
How does that go again?
days, a glimpse of stocking was looked on as something shocking. Now heaven knows.
Anything goes. Yeah, that's right. All the songs are so amazing, and Agustin Lara was like the Latin version of Cole Porter. So, beautiful songs, obviously very famous and involved in the American Songbook, of course. There's so many beautiful songs. And thanks for singing.
Well, hey, I'm primed and ready to go. So, like everyone, I don't know, everyone in America at least, we were introduced to you in Mulholland Drive, and there are a few times that you can really remember a scene for the rest of your life that you see, but the Silencio scene and then you coming on and singing, I mean, it's just incredible. You're down there, things are going on. It seems unfair to ask you and put you on the spot. I already put you on the spot with the Cole Porter question.
Yeah, you did.
Dare I put you on the spot to give us a little Silencio song?
Well, I'm not sure if I'm prepared for that, but I could certainly try, let me see. I got this really cool mic, and I'm going to give a shout out to Emily West, who's an amazing singer, and she had this mic, and she was singing. Listen to that. It's got like all this echo.
Ooh.
It's very dreamy, very, David Lynchy. So I got one from Amazon. Okay. Yo estaba bien por un tiempo, volviendo a sonreír. Luego anoche tu mano me tocó y el saludo de tu voz. How's that?
That is so beautiful.
I love that mic. I took it to Fayetteville. It was a big hit.
Is it, my daughter loves No Stars. Any chance we can get a little No Stars?
Oh, I love No Stars. I wrote that with John Neff and B. David Lynch. You know him, right?
I've heard of him, yeah.
You've heard of him, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. He is a fantastic writer. Let me see if I have a little bit of that. Let's see. This is the thing about this. This is so cool because it even comes with you can Bluetooth it and get the music. Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Amazing. I love it. And again, thank you so much for asking me. It's my pleasure, and it's what I love to do. So a little bit for you, Scott, and a little bit for all of you out there. My dream song to that place. You know the one where it all began on a starry night. On a starry There you go.
Oh, that was so beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
That was
I
great.
wanted to say a couple of things really quick. Anyone who knows me knows I love to talk about the beautiful people in my life that have inspired me and that are doing good things. And one of the persons that I love very much, his name is Rob, and he makes these audio gear. And this is the perfect time for this because what he was telling me when I met him at, in Fairfield, Iowa, he said that this can mean anything you want it to mean, but according to him, it means letting go. And that was last year when I got these. I love these. And I wrote a song called Adios. And now, more than ever, we need to just let go. Let go of the fear and let go of the judgment and let go of the way of life that we were so used to, that we were just too busy to really stop and realize what's really important. We'll let go. And then another person I wanted to talk to you about was Jill Watson. Look what she did.
Oh, that's beautiful. Jill is amazing.
I love Jill Watson so much. And you can find her work at Pie for Jill on Instagram. But look, Nita.
Yeah, I mean, it's you and Cheryl
She
Lee.
did that for me. I know, Cheryl Lee. I love her so much. And she did that for me for, I did last year I went on tour and the proceeds went to David Lynch Foundation to bring transcendental meditation to all the kids that I work with. And so she did that for a art gallery charity event we had in New York. So I love to do that. And I know you had Charlotte on, and I bought this in Fayetteville. Look how cute that pillow is. Is that the cutest thing ever?
Yeah, Charlotte
I
is
love her
amazing.
so much. She's so nice. Yeah. And then, of course, I have all my own wares here that I'm selling. So you guys can just, you can go on, I have a new Instagram called Rebekah Del Rio Official. And then I have the RDR1111. You can go on there and Venmo me. Here's my Venmo thing. You get Venmo. It's just at Rebekah Del Rio. And that will help us because a lot of our, my contemporaries, all the people that I know and love that are artists, independent artists, they're really suffering. We all lost our gigs.
Yeah.
I lost a fantastic gigs in Portland, of all places, that sold out in 4 hours. I was so excited. And if anyone from Portland is listening, thank you so much.
Well,
so I just want to make sure that I get that out there. It's important to me.
Yes, and we thank you for sharing and for sharing your art and your gift and your voice. It means a lot to people. And it was so kind of you to reach out and say you wanted to do this. I really appreciate it.
You.
And
anytime. I love it. I love anything I can do with the Twin Peaks, our family. I'll do it.
I love it. I'm all for it. So thank you very much, and you stay safe, and we will talk to you soon.
Adios.
Adios.
And stay safe. Wash your hands. Love each other. And stay safe and be well, okay?
We'll do it.
Thank you.
So we only have one guest left. I hope you guys have had fun out there. And I'm just typing this in to make a call, pretend that I'm looking in the camera. But I didn't put their name in here because I wanted it to be surprise. We're going to bring on our final guest. This has been it. I hope you've enjoyed it. We'll bring them on. Do we have guesses? Do people have guesses? I guess I'm 45 seconds behind and it'll take forever to find out. We'll see how this works. Wouldn't it be funny if my surprise guest doesn't? I mean, I'm just calling now. I'm sure it will work. But so far, we worked pretty well. We're a little early, but we are gonna be fine. I hope you guys have had a great time. I've had a great time, and I feel much better after John gave the tour. Now, don't say anything yet, special guest, because they can't see you quite yet.
Okay.
So don't.
Hi.
There we go. It's Harold Smith, people. He's on. We have Harold Smith at the Harold Smith Stay-In. Is this not exciting? Hello, Lenny Von Dohlen.
Hi, Rusty. How are you?
I'm so happy you're here. This was so kind of you.
Oh, I'm happy you're having a good time today.
It's been amazing. But getting you was the most important part. I mean, that's what really mattered. We needed Harold Smith for the Harold Smith Stay-In Play-In.
Right.
So how are you doing?
Well, like everybody, I'm hanging out, and I guess I'm finding that all the research and empathy for Harold Smith is coming in handy now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so interesting because when you think about that, especially back then, I feel like having a character like that was really surprising for television. What research did you do for that role?
I was put in touch with a great group called the Homeward Bound Association or organization. I'm not sure. But they were so generous, and I talked to people who were in their own kind of lockdown pre-coronavirus, but it was just as sort of desperate in that they were in this space and had reasons for wanting to stay there. So I felt, honored to be given an insight into that. And then, I used to joke that if you contemplated getting on the Hollywood 101 freeway, it would make you be agoraphobic, But of course now you look at the freeway from the helicopters and it's no traffic, easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Right. And did you think that you killed Laura Palmer when you came into this show and with your character? Did you ever wonder if you were the killer?
So, I'm sorry, say that again.
Did you ever wonder if you were the killer back when you were filming this? When, you're a guest star, you come in, you're playing this character. Did you think, I bet you I did it?
I did not ever think that because of conversations with Mr. Frost and Mr. Lynch, and I kind of knew that this was a finite period of time, and just my hunch, I guess. Also, it seemed like they were allies.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, and
confidants.
In real life, Sherilyn thinks you just the highest of you. She said the nicest things about you, and was very excited that I was going to get you, and she just thinks you're adorable. What was it like to work with Sherilyn?
It was just, it was heaven. Especially the memory I have of the film of Fire Walk With Me is the one that's most indelible because because you follow movies, you can wait around a long time when you're called to set. Well, I think we were called to set on the day of our big scene together in the movie around 2 p.m. about now, Mm-hmm. And there was a lot of, we're behind. And so by the time that we actually got on set, we were it was 3 a.m. or something like that.
Oh my gosh.
And so that's a long time to stay on simmer, if you will, keep the pot simmering. And, but we both kind of knew what the job was, and we helped each other, and we became close. And God, how you doing? I'm doing all right. How you doing? And then we just let the damn floodgates break. But before we got to work, I've told this story before. David Lynch, the genius that he is, screamed across the soundstage, "Deepak, never schedule the most important scene in the movie for 3 a.m." Now, that's a canny director getting two, tired actors, hyped up and focused, and then we let that scene rip. And at the end of it, I remember seeing in the corner of my eye this sort of movement, and I looked, and it was David doing this tall leprechaun version of a jig. And I thought, okay, he's taking a little moment to acknowledge something happened and celebrating it before moving on to the next scene, because there was another scene to go do. And I thought, wow, that's a great lesson to me, because it doesn't just happen by magic, these things. And
right.
He's a very special man to make all that happen in the first place, But then to celebrate it, it was a really great blessing.
Well, and every time I ask one of the male actors that worked with Cheryl in Fire Walk with Me, I always want to know, this is just my opinion. I think it's the greatest female performance ever captured on film. I mean, I just think what she gave. So what, you're on the other side of that. You're feeding off that. You had a front row version of that. What was that like for you to be in a scene that's that emotional with her?
Oh, I just touched my face. Sorry. I was taken back because you said the best performance. I think it was certainly the bravest performance that I've seen of any of her contemporaries. And that movie, she just bared it all for the role, for David, for all time. And so I agree with you, I guess. I think she's superb, and she's a credit to our profession. She's one of the nicest people. I think you'd agree with me on that. And
I happen to love her just a little bit, and now she knows my name, so I can live with that. So I mean, it's all good.
Yeah.
We have a million questions for you. It's crazy how they're coming in here. So this says, please ask him about my favorite long lost movie, Electric Dreams.
Oh yeah.
So
what would they like to know?
I think they want to know about it. That's all it says. That's from Rick Rodriguez. I've never heard of Electric Dreams.
Oh, you haven't?
No.
Well, we had a 35th anniversary of the debut of the film, and Virginia Madsen, who was my co-star, and I were invited to this event, and it was so great because people came out to see it who had fallen in love at this movie 35 years ago, and they brought their children to see it now. And it's a bit of a fairy tale. It's got great music by Boy George and the Culture Club, Heaven 17, Georgia Moroder, and it was very ahead of its time because it was about computer and how this computer overtook this fellow's life. It was before everyone had computers, and so I've grown a lot of affection for the movie because I've seen what people feel about it, and Criterion just released it.
Well, I'm gonna have to check it out. I've never seen it. So we have another question. It says, wait a minute, I'm gonna cough. It's not Corona. I've just been talking for 4 hours. That's my first cough. We're all upset. Okay, so it's this is from Penny. She said, how did the scene originally play out when Harold was supposed to hurt Maddie and Donna instead of hurting himself? So do you remember that in the first draft that he was supposed to hurt them?
Let's see. I do remember that. I'm trying to remember who directed that episode. But we had a discussion about it, and it was sort of in the moment. And I didn't feel that, as I had known Harold Smith by that time, that he would. That was another reason I didn't think he killed Laura, because I didn't think he was capable of violence like that. Mm-hmm. So I said, and they said, well, we've got this trowel, and if you're not going to attack them, you got to do something, So, that's when I came up with the idea that to do. So they had to rig this thing to. Anyway, that's how it happened.
Very cool.
And
I like it. So David Milner wants to know, what was your experience like working with your fellow Twin Peaks castmates on the Psych episode?
Loved it. It was fantastic to see everybody again, and in Vancouver. I think we all knew it was a pretty special time, and the guys on Psych were just, they set the example at the top, so everybody was so welcoming to us and had such affection for Twin Peaks, and they had such a witty and amusing take on how to use us all on that episode.
Well, and you sort of got to be Harry Truman. You're playing the sheriff, which was fun.
Right.
So, in another universe, you were the sheriff of the town.
I'd worked with the director before, and Matt Shackman, who's quite marvelous director, and I said, just make sure I can be outside, That's the main thing I want to do, so I got to be outside,
Blake Morrow, it's his birthday, so we want to say hi to Blake. He's done a lot of covers for us and a lot of wonderful things. He wants to know, what was it like working so closely with Laura Flynn Boyle in season 2 of Twin Peaks?
Happy birthday, Blake. Well, she was very young, and we both were. We all were at that time. But she was especially young, and I just remember she was awfully pretty, and I think she and Kyle were going steady, as they say, back then at that time, and so he was hanging around when we were doing those love scenes, or when I was showing her the ins and outs of an orchid. He somehow found his way there, and we'd come close to a kiss or something and cut. She'd run over and jump in his arms, and I'd go, okay, she's young, I get it.
Well, to be fair, no man likes to see another man show his lady the ins and outs of an orchid. This is funny. David Bushman wants me to ask you, who is the real Donna, Moira Kelly in Fire Walk with Me or Laura Flynn Boyle in Twin Peaks? But I don't think you had any scenes with Moira in Fire Walk with Me. You just were with Cheryl.
I did not have a scene with Moira, but we did a movie together about Dorothy Day, the great activist for the homeless and the hungry, and it's very pertinent now. But she played Dorothy Day, and I played her husband, and so I knew Moira from that, and loved her. And I don't know. That was kind of a strange flip,
Yeah.
but it worked. And
you got to work with both of them.
That's right.
Penny wants to know, did you create a backstory for Harold or add anything to the character other, his other phobias?
Well, what I found is if you have one major phobia, you probably have a couple more, just, because it just works out that way. So I made sure, I did, yes. To answer the question, I did make a pretty extensive backstory, and also Harley Payton, and was really helpful. He was one of the writers, and we would talk a long time about Harold, and so it was really one of the first times I've ever felt, certainly in television, where you got to be a part of the fleshing out of a character. Yeah.
Of course, I knew you before that from 30-something. You were in a very famous episode of 30-something, which I was lucky enough to interview you for my book. So thank you very much for taking a part of that. Do you have, can you give us 30-something's coming back? Maybe they'll bring you back.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, they're rebooting it. Maybe they'll reboot the dream. You don't know.
Really? Are they all coming back? The same people that were? So they're 60s something, or
but it's going to be called 30-something else because it's going to be about their children.
So, that's good.
Because their children will now be 30-something. So.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun, and I want to read your book. I want to.
Yeah, well, I'll send you a copy.
All right.
It was great. Lucas Kalowski. There's no way that's his last name, by the way. No way. Was it painful or sad for you that due to Harold Smith's illness, you couldn't share scenes with the rest of the cast in Twin Peaks? So Harold could only act with Laura and Cheryl.
Well, how bad can that be, Mr. Wright? I mean, that's not a hardship.
If you could have acted with anyone else from the cast of Twin Peaks, let's change it. If you could, who would you have wanted to act alongside from the cast of Twin Peaks?
Probably Grace Zabriskie, because we're friends, and I just think she's marvelous, and that would have been fun,
And that could have really happened. The mother could have come to Harold's house. That would have been a good scene.
Yeah, that could have been a good scene, right?
Yeah, let's get this filmed. I mean, we'll get Grace and you. Grace comes. I mean, it's not bad.
Well, I know it was great fun.
This was so kind of you to do this. I'm just so happy.
My pleasure.
You've made a lot of people happy. Harold's, everyone's been posting Harold Smith things. I don't know if you see them online, but there's all kinds of memes, and everyone's talking about Harold.
Really?
Because we're all Harold Smith now.
Yeah. Well, I wish everyone continued safe sheltering down, and safe, healthy, and lots of laughter if you can. I'm finding that works for me. So I'm finding laughter anywhere I can, except when I listen to our president. Then I'm not laughing.
No,
but
it's pretty sad,
I do laugh.
isn't it?
I do laugh. It's a sad state of affairs, and we've got to get him out. And God help us all.
Yeah. Well, let's take that moment to say this is why you vote, and it's important that we vote.
This is why we vote. Yeah. if you thought you were going to shake things up, getting this guy in there, look what he's done now.
Right.
And we're all in the throes of life or death.
Yeah.
So think about it next time you vote.
Definitely. And I couldn't agree more. And, you know, that saved me. I was going to say something at the end, but you slipped in there, because I really think that, you know, ignoring what party you're in makes no difference. We're all Americans, and we need somebody who represents all Americans. Every president before this president represented everyone, and we don't have that right now.
That's right.
So we want to have that, because we look at, you know, all of us here. There's hundreds of people sending questions to you. We're all kind, good people.
We're all together. Yeah. And it'll be wonderful to have that respect back in the world too. I think everybody will go, wow, I didn't know it's so good to feel that again, because we're so used to, we've been gaslit.
Yeah.
Anyway,
and
sorry to
no.
on.
I was going to make a little speech at the end, and you just saved me. So thank you so much for doing this. I really, really appreciate it. I hope you're safe. Stay safe. Stay in your house.
Thank you.
And, you know, be your inner Harold Smith, man. Bring it out.
Thank you. You too. And God bless you and everybody. Okay?
All right. Bye.
See you soon.
Yep.
Bye.
Okay. So, my goodness, we switched to this. No, I didn't freeze. I just took a moment. Listen, everyone, this was fun, and we're making it by 6 here. I think we're gonna get out here. This was a lot of fun for me. My brain's a little topsy-turvy, so I'm not sure how much this is gonna make sense. I'll post a better thing when I can write it out. But we all had a moment today. We all interacted. Stay inside. If we all could just stay inside for 2 weeks, we could beat this thing. And let's be kind, and kindness is what we should always put forward. And that's, to me, why we all like Twin Peaks and why we come together. You know, I love to tell the story that when I go to these Twin Peaks events, it's so strange, because you sit down and you have breakfast, lunch, and dinner with people you don't know. All you know is they like Twin Peaks. Well, you know, that's a stranger. So the other people that you're disliking online or in the world, they're just the strangers that we meet at these Twin Peaks events. And we actually are all together, and we need to be together all the time. Don't leave just because I don't have any guests, because we have a little ending, and you're gonna be taken out with some end credits. And when these names roll, you know, they all helped me. I don't want to single out too many people, but I have to single out Rob King. Rob King led me to this program that I used that kept us going. And, I mean, Rob did a great thing for me. His name's first in the special thanks that are going to come up here in a second. And, of course, I always want to thank Sabrina, David, Mark. I say Sabrina first because, you know, I have her email, and she gave me the go-ahead to do this. And everyone who came here, like, I don't know these people that showed up today. They're showing up today because they wanted to be kind to you guys. They wanted to give something, because that's what artists do. And you need to support artists now. If you want to support the Blue Rose magazine, it'll help us. And all writers and, you know, books, you all know what's there, and I don't need to push that, but, you know, it does help. I have to thank Jen and Jillian, my wife and my daughter, who have been here. I don't know what you people did when you were quarantined, but, you know, the three of us put on the Oscars, which is kind of crazy. And there'll be a list of names, like I said, that are going through here when you get to listen to this beautiful song that's going to take us out. Thank you. And Jen doesn't know it, but I'm breaking open the ice wine tonight. Yeah.
I got a dear man. You take me for a
under the sycamore trees, the dark trees that blow, baby, in the dark trees that blow, and I'll see you, and you'll see me, and I'll see you in the branches that blow, in the breeze. I'll see you in the trees. I'll see you in the trees, under the sycamore trees. And I'll see you, and you'll see me, and I'll see you in the branches that blow, in the breeze. I'll see you in the trees. I'll see you in the trees, under the sycamore trees.